Welcome, everyone, to the program. My name is Brian Craig, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. And MAGA America had a great victory yesterday because President Trump put a little comment up there on Truth Social, and boom, Cracker Barrel completely reversed their decision. They're keeping the logo. They're keeping the man in the barrel on the logo. And these generic rebrands are going to end. And this is an absolutely amazing thing. Welcome. If you'd like to share your thoughts on this, you're welcome to call in live. The number is pinned in the live chat. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are tuned in from at 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. See, the left had convinced people, and not just in media, but in the country as a whole, that woke was mainstream, that MAGA was the minority opinion. And something I've been telling you all about for a long, long time is that this is a conservative country that we're in. America has always been a conservative country. We were founded by Puritans. And what's happened with the re-election of President Trump in a non-consecutive term, it's woken up all these people who were really intimidated by the left. The liberals, the wokesters, had intimidated these companies and many others to think that all of these wackadoodle ideas of theirs were mainstream. And Cracker Barrel's caving and complete unconditional reversal and surrender on what this woke CEO lunatic was about to do, you're going to see other companies do the same. Right now, Disney is trying to do a reversal, but they've done too much damage at Disney, right? You know, remember that Zoom meeting leaked out a couple of years ago that Libs of TikTok had, and Libs of TikTok getting that Zoom video of the Disney entertainment executives talking about all this stuff they were putting in their children's programming and movies and such. It got the governor of Florida to take away their sovereign city status that they had, right? So, and they have alienated so many people like Bud Light, Disney, that they're desperately trying to win back men, and they're trying to get some movies and things made that men will be interested in. It's too little too late. Cracker Barrel stepped in before too much damage was done, and they did it so quick, and an apology that they've not destroyed their company or their brand like Bud Light has done. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
No shit. My name's Jim. I'm calling from Nashville.
Yeah, lay off on the profanity, all right?
Hey, man. Hey.
What's on your mind?
I'm excited to be on the show.
Well, are you interested in talking about what I'm talking about, or I'm going to move on?
Oh, well, what are you talking about?
Watch the show and you'll find out, okay? Oh, my goodness. So, you know, Bud Light has done forever damage to themselves. But, you know, there have been all aspects of, look right now what's going on with the Democrat Party. The Democrats are a victim of woke, right? They're a victim of woke. And the Democrats are out there, look what they're doing, right? They're openly supporting crime. They're openly supporting not just crime, they're acting as if violent felons who commit the worst crimes people can commit have some constitutional right to do so. And this crime operation in D.C., they're calling it unconstitutional. They're calling it an occupation. And you see the Democrat Party leaders not only attacking what's happening in Washington, D.C., they're warning Trump, don't come to Chicago. How dare you even think about ridding Chicago of crime? And this is woke, right? Woke covers a lot of stupidity. And this defending of crime that the Democrats are doing is an example of woke destroying something, right? What the Democrats are doing is Bud Lighting themselves. And I promise you this, that this reversal at Cracker Barrel and apology was in spite of that lady woke CEO. She's furious right now. She's freaking out right now because the board of directors overruled her. And, you know, liberals, these liberal lunatics, whether they're in the Democrat Party running the party on a path towards extinction, the Democrat Party, or they're running a city or they're running a country, they don't care what's right, okay? They don't care what's right or wrong or moral or popular. They know what's best. And for them, if a company goes out of business, so be it, so long as we've been promoting our woke ideology. All right, let's try again. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how you doing? My name is Eric Costin. I'm calling from Hollywood, California.
Hey, we only need first names, but that's okay. Eric in Hollywood, California. What's on your mind?
Well, I was just thinking about the whole Chicago National Guard thing, and no, I'm just kidding, man. I was watching The Simpsons.
Okay, good. So these people, I've been doing this a long time. It takes it'll be a long day before one of you guys are able to outdo me. You know, what's going on in D.C. is a prime example. You listen to what the Democrats are saying about D.C., right? And what are they saying? There's a military occupation, and the National Guard are illegally arresting people. The National Guard has not arrested anyone, right? The arrests that are being made in D.C. are being done by the local D.C. Metropolitan Police and federal agents who have regular arrest powers, okay? The National Guard, the soldiers that are there, they're just there for a presence. They're not arresting people. They're just there. I saw some of them picking up litter, but they're not acting as a police force. They're just a presence. And their very presence has wrapped up crime. Now, there was sadly, early yesterday morning, there was a shooting that resulted in a death. So there was a murder in Washington, D.C. yesterday. It was the first one in 12 days, which is a record with the crime rate in D.C. Now, this is a question I asked those of you who caught my podcast yesterday. I asked you this question. I'm going to ask you this question now. When that story came out that there had been a murder in Washington, D.C., what did the Democrats do? Were they upset that someone lost their life? Or did they high-five each other and say, hey, look, Trump was wrong. We had a murder. And I'm telling you, the Democrats were high-fiving each other and were happy that there was a murder. I know that sounds crazy and sick, but we're talking about Democrats. They were happy that that event happened. Now, Chicago, this weekend is Labor Day weekend. And I will probably be live on Labor Day here on YouTube, guys. I don't know if I'll do the radio show, but I'll probably be live here on Labor Day. So make sure you're subscribed and click the notification bell. If you're on hold, hang in there. And if you'd like to call in, the number's pinned in the live chat. But holiday weekends in Chicago result in a lot of crime a lot of the time. And let's hope that doesn't happen this weekend, okay? But the Democrats, they've picked, you know, they keep talking about these 80-20 issues. When they say 80-20 issues, they mean Democrats are taking the wrong side on an issue that 80% of people agree on. Well, when it comes to living in crime-free cities, I don't think that's an 80-20 issue. I think that's a 99.9999999% issue for those that are opposed to crime. Who is not opposed to crime, right? Democrat leadership, people that hold elective office, like the mayor of Chicago and many other Democrats, and criminals that are incarcerated, okay? They're criminals, so they're in favor of crime as well. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name's Steve. I'm calling from Arkansas.
Yeah, Steve.
Hi, I was just wondering what your take on the whole trans panic kind of thing.
I'm not sure what that means. Hold on a second here. The trans panic? I don't know what that means. There are trans people that are panicked? I don't understand what you're talking about.
No. Like, just, what is your take on the whole trans issues in general? Because
well, you got to be more specific. I don't understand your question.
I'm trying to be more specific, and you're talking over me.
Well, be more specific.
Do you think they have a right to exist? And
of course, yeah, sure, yeah. If you're transgender, you have a right to exist. Sure, it's America. You're free to be you as long as you're not hurting others. Sure.
For sure. And do you think that you should have to recognize their preferred gender pronouns?
You can call, no, in America, we have free speech, so you can call people whatever you want to call them.
Sure, but, hate speech isn't illegal, is it?
Sure it is.
It is.
Yeah. You can't, I don't use racial slurs, but they're not illegal. No.
No, I agree. But would you think it's right?
Do I think what is right? To use racial slurs? No.
No, I'm talking about misgendering somebody.
I had to take it on a case-by-case instance. I don't think it's that big of a deal, no.
No?
No. I mean, some of the liberals that call me all kinds of names here when they call in on the phone.
Well, yeah, sure. But, an insult is different than, misrepresenting somebody's preferred identity.
I don't know about preferred identity. Why am I required to call anybody anything?
Why am I required to call you sir?
You're not.
I could easily call you ma'am.
Yes, that's correct.
You
can misgender me if you like.
I could call you different fucking names.
There, yeah, and you can use low life profanity because you're low class too. It's America.
I'm low class.
Well, yeah, you're having a conversation publicly, and there's a lot of people watching online, and you're using profanity. That's low class. Yeah, that's classless.
Well, I wouldn't say a lot of people, but
yeah, I have over 100,000 people watch a day. Millions watch me and listen to me every month. So, and you're using profanity, and you use one of the worst words, not the worst, but one of the worst words. You use the F word. You're a low class person.
Are you religious?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay, all right. And
well, why did you use the F word? Why? No, I've answered a lot of your questions. Why do you use profanity like that?
I have the freedom of speech. Just
exactly,
like you do.
Exactly. So see, this isn't. See where I was going. See, you can use the word. So why would it be wrong to say call someone a gender that they don't go by? If you have the freedom to drop F-bombs, why can't you call a she a he, or a sir a ma'am, or a dog a cat?
You have the freedom to do whatever you
exactly.
like. I don't think it's good.
Exactly. See what I did? Here you are, some liberal, and you agree with me. You agree with Donald Trump, and your F-bomb pulled you in.
You don't know anything about me.
I know a lot about you. Sure.
I know a lot about you, bro.
Good. I'm a very well-known person. Hey, appreciate the call. Take care. Oh, my goodness. He at the beginning of that call, he didn't think he was going to be agreeing with me, did he? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Glad Nation, CT.
All right. What's up?
So you said something about woke.
Yes.
Explain it, what it means.
It means a lot of things. It means liberal insanity. Nope. Liberal insanity is one definition.
You're wrong. Again, you're wrong. It doesn't mean that. You're an idiot.
What's it mean that to you?
You guys
what's it mean to you?
You guys take words and don't know what they mean.
I know what they mean. Woke means stupidity, ignorance.
Woke does not have to do with anything political. That's what you guys don't understand.
Oh, what does it mean?
It doesn't mean
what does it mean?
Political.
What does it mean then?
I'm not. You should know this.
I do know. No, you told me.
Is a woke ideology?
You told me that my definition's incorrect. I think woke means stupidity.
Correct, like your history.
I think woke means stupidity.
I don't care about your politics.
Then why call me?
The problem is with you guys, left and right are all Americans. I don't understand this stuff.
Uh-huh.
You're all Americans.
Okay.
When you act like some goddamn Americans and try to get shit done and stop this division.
Here's another guy. What is it with these leftists? Why are you taking the Lord's name in vain?
I'm not left, you jackass.
What are you? Other than
I don't believe in your goddamn party.
another
I
classless
don't trust
person.
Your government.
Yeah.
Because I go against Orange Jesus. I'm a leftist. I'm a liberal. You sound dumb.
You're a lunatic. You're a crazy person.
I'm a lunatic. You're the one wearing.
Why are you angry? Why are you angry?
I'm not angry. I'm disgusted that you guys use your political parties to divide the country up and the leftists are doing this, the right is. I don't give a fuck. Fix your goddamn problem.
Well, who cares what you think? Who cares?
Back in the early 90s.
Are you an American?
Back in the early 90s.
Are you an American?
All
right,
together.
Appreciate the call. I mean, my goodness. A lot of anger out there this morning. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's James from Boca.
Hey, James. Oh, my goodness. Some early morning lunacy on the phones.
Oh, yes. My. I was just going to say that. We got 1,200 days plus left of Trump, and by the end of that, these guys will have their hair pulled out, just screaming like girls, like they are now.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Yeah. That call.
I can't believe.
Yeah. Go ahead with what you called in about.
I just can't believe the idiocy that's coming out of these people's mouths anymore. It's like they don't even want to. They're not even Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they were born here, they act like they're from some freaking country that, everybody should abide to their rules. Are you kidding me? I'm a Gen X. You're a Gen X. We busted our butts to get where we're at in our lives.
That's right.
And these guys have no clue what a hard day's work or even a callus is on their hands.
Well, the one caller that called in, I like this guy. He was talking about something called trans panic, and he was talking about how we should be forced to call people by what they want to be called, and he drops an F-bomb, and I ask him why, and he says, well, it's America. I can say whatever I want to say. He didn't realize he was coming around to agree with me, and Trump.
Yeah.
I mean... Yeah,
I understood that exactly, and he was still flabbergasted. He didn't understand what you meant.
He still doesn't understand what I did to him.
Yeah.
That was, here it is. It's 5:30. It's like 5:30 in the morning. I'm talking to that guy. I haven't even had my coffee yet. My Starbucks is sitting here, and I filleted that guy. That was.
Well, it's not really hard to play these kids anymore because they haven't been taught anything. They don't listen to anything, and they darn sure don't do anything.
Well, I was talking yesterday on the show. A lot of the young people that call me, the Gen Zs that are so out of control on the phones, it's because they don't talk on the phones. They use their phones to text, to DM for porn or whatever, and they don't have the experience of human interaction and conversation, so they don't know how to have conversations.
That is one thing that we are lucky for and blessed with, is that we were here before all of this, and we understand what to be a human is, and to have a relationship with people and to have a conversation without being a little girl or a crybaby pissy pants.
That's correct. That's correct.
So,
all right. Well, appreciate the call. All right. Take care.
You
too. Have a great day. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yep. Yeah, you're on the air.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, my name is Benjamin. I'm calling from Oklahoma. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Ben. I'm calling from Oklahoma.
Yeah, I heard that. First time it was Benjamin, now it's Ben. Okay.
Well, it's the same thing, but you're wearing a Trump hat, so I figure you're not the smartest. So what do you want to talk about?
Really? I mean, this Trump hat here is the hat of wisdom.
Well, he can't run for a third term, right? But I know you guys love dictators. You love pedophiles.
No, he can run for a third term. The Constitution.
No, he can't.
The Constitution can be amended. It's been amended.
Literally, no, he cannot run for a third term.
The Constitution can be amended.
Trump supporters, listen. Trump supporters, you guys are retarded and you're losers.
We're running the country. You know that, right?
You're not running the country.
Sure.
You didn't in any wars on day one.
Look at Cracker Barrel. Look at Cracker Barrel. Just reverse their decision because President Trump posted something on Truth Social about Cracker Barrel. We're running the country.
Donald Trump is a pedophile.
Okay. No, all right. Oh my goodness. See what I mean? Gen Z, they really need to in public school. Like when I was in school, when I was in high school in the 80s. We had some classes that some they may still have and some they don't. One of the classes we had was home ec. And if you guys take home ec, you got to learn how to cook and stuff. That was pretty cool. But we also had typing. I took typing once. It was not a full year class, but you would learn how to type. Any of you guys take typing when you were in school? It was a half credit class. And I took typing. And yeah. But I'm sure that doesn't exist anymore. Home ec might. But what they really need to bring back in place of things like typing class in public high school or auto repair or horticulture, they need to bring back phone conversation classes. I'm not sure exactly what you would call it, but it's really amazing because when the internet was new, it was when Bill Clinton was president is when the internet was new, and it was called the information superhighway. And what we find, the information superhighway, people are, in many instances, you can hear from the left, are less informed, right, than they were. We thought everybody would be much smarter and more well-read, but the opposite is true for most people. But what's been lost is the ability to communicate. And when humans first were able to communicate, that's when civilization began. And if you lose the ability to communicate, you lose your civilization. And what's happening here, we're in a state of human development where there's a regression going on so far as speaking and language and etiquette and communication. And you hear it from these callers. And another thing with the Gen Z callers that I hear from, hear how they just fly off the handle at the slightest bit of disagreement with anything that they say or think. So we definitely are losing. And it's because they live in their phones and they use their phone for everything other than a conversation. And a lot of these Gen Z people, when they call me, it may be the first time in a year that they've used their phone as an actual device to speak to somebody on. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name's Dakota. I'm from Georgia.
Sure.
Hey, actually, I was just watching your live stream, and
Yes.
I saw that someone came on the air talking about how Trump couldn't be for a third term.
Yes.
And I actually I heard somewhere that he said, "Hey, yeah, that was a joke. I'm not going to be a third term." But
No, he didn't say that. No, in fact, this hat that I'm wearing that says Trump 2028. Yes. I bought this hat from the official Trump store, and you can buy these in the gift shop at the White House. They're for sale at the White House gift shop.
Right. But I was thinking it would be kind of funny, honestly, that he not run for president, but like J.D. Vance run for president or some other person run for president, and then they reveal that Trump is their vice president.
Okay.
So technically he would be a president. He wouldn't be the president, but he would still be in an executive branch position. And I wanted to see. I wanted to hear like what your thoughts might be.
Well, I want President Trump to be.
He can't be president.
I want President Trump to be reelected in 2028, 2032, 2036, 2040. I want him to run every 4 years for the rest of his life.
Well, I mean, for the rest of his life, I wouldn't mind getting to see Barron Trump in there as well.
You may,
like
when he after he turns 35, maybe. Sure, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I personally, this was my first time actually voting. Especially, I wasn't too keen about voting the first time Trump went to office, and then Biden took office, and I was like, after seeing all the crap that Biden was doing, I was like, I feel like my voice has got to be heard this time.
Yeah.
There's no way, especially. I got a lot more into politics during the Biden era, and I started. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, you watch Fox News?" And like, no, I don't really watch any mainstream news media. I watch a lot of podcasts where I can actually check their sources and whatnot. And I was finding out that these actual sources and these studies were the real thing that we needed to be paying attention to. And I found out that I needed to put a step forward towards my country because I want to live in this country. I want to be able to make a living in this country for both me and my family in the future. So, but yeah, if we're going down this direction where it's like we're trying to keep peace, we're trying to make deals with other countries that benefit the U.S. I'm all for the direction.
Absolutely. Well, listen, welcome to the show. Make sure you subscribe, all right? Take care. If you'd like to call in, the number's in the chat. Someone in one of the live chats, they said FDJT, Forever Donald John Trump. That's awesome. And I saw a couple other people put in there FDT, some put in FDJT. Forever Donald Trump, forever Donald John Trump. I support that. Yeah, there's somebody else right there. FDJT, forever Donald John Trump. That's awesome. And MAGA is growing each and every day. It's a beautiful thing. Those of you that are new to the program, my name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. And, I host a morning radio show. It's on a whole bunch of radio stations. And I'm live from 6 until 9 a.m. weekday mornings, and I live stream here on YouTube when I'm on the air. And what I'm doing now is a pre-show. So I start early and I go late after the show. And I do take calls after 6 when we're on the air. However, when you call me on the air, on the radio, you can't use profanity, guys. On the pre-show, I don't have to disconnect the call. But when we're on the radio in a few minutes, no profanity. But, this is what you've got to understand, okay? Those of you that do not support Donald Trump, you are indeed in a cult. President Trump not only won re-election, he did something that had only been done once before. He won re-election after a 4-year break, so it's a non-consecutive term, and he came in with an overwhelming majority of the voter victory, winning all of the battleground states, the toss-up states. And he flipped a whole bunch of blue counties red in liberal states like California. So President Trump has a mandate, and everything that he has done in this second term has been so incredibly successful. As an example, yesterday during the president's cabinet meeting, do you know they've raised over $500 billion from the tariffs into the federal treasury? Over $500 billion. Isn't that something? The deficit has been reduced by 26%. So it's over a quarter of the deficit has been wiped off the books. And the tariffs have only been in effect really for what, about 3-4 months, because there was a lot of negotiations and things going on. So really, in just a couple of months, President Trump has wiped out more than a quarter of the deficit. And, the deficit is one of the biggest things that people in the media and people on the left say it has to be taken care of. And here we have President Trump has done just that. And, of course, there's no news coverage of this, and I know it because I was watching live. Now, if you'd like to support my channel and my content, become a Patreon supporter. There's a link to my Patreon page in the description of the video. If you become a Patreon supporter, you have access to commercial-free editions of all of my podcast episodes. And if you become a top Patreon supporter, you get your name up on the screen like you see now. The names you see there, those are my top Patreon supporters. And you also get access to a lot of exclusive material that I do not post anywhere else other than my Patreon page. The web address is patreon.com/wokeism. Real Brian Craig Show. Patreon.com/Real Brian Craig Show. But there's a link in the description of the video to my Patreon page. So let me pull this up, because this just is amazing. You know, Cracker Barrel was about to go away. They had Bud Lighted themselves with this woke rebranding. And, you know, this liberal wokester idiot that's the CEO, this decision was not made by her. It was made by the board of directors. She was overruled, and I promise you she is fuming about it right now. She's incredibly angry that the board of directors made her reverse this, because, see, liberals don't care if they go out of business or have no customers, because they believe what they're doing is so morally right that it trumps whether or not a business stays in business. Okay? So not only are they keeping the original logo that we know with the barrel and the guy sitting next to the Cracker Barrel, okay, they're going to stop the rebranding of all the locations too. So the ones that have been redone, I would imagine they're going to start bringing in some of that garage sale stuff and start nailing it to the walls in the locations they've done. They have not redone and remodeled too many locations. They've done one in Orlando, Florida, and a couple of others here and there, but they're not going to do that anymore either. And, you know, the thing about Cracker Barrel, because a lot of people would say, well, it's not that important. No, it's all important, because Cracker Barrel is a business that's been a part of American life for over half a century, right? 56 years. It was founded in 1969. And Cracker Barrel, the reason people like Cracker Barrel is the food is good. The food is very good at Cracker Barrel, no doubt about it. I like the food, but people don't really go there for the food. You know, when people go to Cracker Barrel, for the most part, okay, with their business model, they're off of the exits off of major highways. Here in Florida, they're off of I-95 exits, and Cracker Barrel is like a rest stop. And people, they go to Cracker Barrel because they want to have an experience, and that experience is entering a great Americana place, a restaurant and a good old country store that is like America used to be back in the 1930s and 40s. That's what it's like when you walk into a Cracker Barrel. And that's why people enjoy it. They got the old-fashioned games, the old-fashioned candies, right? Yeah. You know, and they've got really cool stuff. And you go there, you get great Southern cooking. People enjoy that. And it's just, you know, it's nostalgia, but it's also Americana. And what Cracker Barrel has become with the old country store and the great Southern food and all of that, you know, they've become a place. It's almost like you're traveling back in time. It's become a part of American culture, right? And if President Trump had not been reelected, this country would have been lost as we know it. It would have become America in name only. We were on the verge of losing our culture. Western civilization was on the brink of total collapse, like in England, but we were on the verge of losing the culture of the United States of America. And what this woke CEO was doing at Cracker Barrel was wiping out American tradition. And you know what? She knew that's what she was doing. And that was her goal. And I promise you, she is awake right now, pissed off, screaming and yelling that the board of directors overruled her and did this. I wouldn't be surprised if she resigns. She may be in negotiations to get her golden parachute, CEO of a big company like that. You know, but a lot of companies that did woke stupidity have been infiltrated by lunatics like this lady. And the reason that is because they thought that woke was mainstream. It's not. It's a very tiny minority of people who support all this woke crap. Okay? But you look at these problems, Bud Light and Cracker Barrel. Who caused that? You know who caused that? Liberal white women. You liberals call them Karens, right? The Bud Light decision, they hired that weirdo to be their spokesperson. That was a marketing executive who was a woman, liberal white woman made that decision. This rebranding of Cracker Barrel, liberal white woke woman. And that, Malcolm X talked about the danger of liberal white women to their movement. Liberal white women, they think they're smarter and better than everyone else, even if there's not that many of them, and they don't care what the majority think. They don't care if they damage a brand. They don't care if they go out of business. The first time I saw this, there was one of the Marvel movies where they had the lady, Captain Marvel. Do you remember this? And when she was on the tour promoting the movie, she said she didn't want MAGA people to come see the movie. Really? What kind of stupidity is that? You hear from the calls. I've got a mix of people that listen to my program, follow me, watch me on YouTube, listen to my podcast. And a lot of them are conservative and MAGA people. A lot of them you can hear are lunatic liberals. You never hear me say, if you don't agree with me, I don't want you to listen. Not only do I want people who disagree with me to listen and follow my content, I invite you all, with the people who agree, to call me live on the air every time I'm live streaming in the studio. And you heard that last caller I was just talking to. He voted for President Trump this time. Before he didn't. Right? MAGA's the real ones that are awake, not these liberals. Now we're going to be on the radio in a few minutes, so if you're on hold, hang in there. And again, when the radio show starts, no profanity. But when we get close to the switchover time, they could switch over by mistake and hit a button up there at the radio station and turn us on. So I always got to be a little careful when we do the switchover from the online to the online and radio version of the program. But if you're new to the channel, this is where MAGA comes to talk. And those of you that are Patreon supporters, I meant to mention this earlier, I got some incredible news about my podcast yesterday that I shared with Patreon supporters. Go and check that out. It blew my mind. I posted it for Patreon supporters only. And I want to thank you for your support that helped make all that possible. And if you are a Patreon supporter, you can see that I posted some major things about my podcast, the Brian Craig Show podcast, which is on all podcast platforms and YouTube, to my Patreon page yesterday afternoon. So go and check that out. So today, when the radio show starts at about 5 minutes or so, I'm going to lead with the Cracker Barrel story. But there's a whole bunch of other things that I'm going to cover as well, because there is a lot of news going on, and I want to cover a lot of it. But this is a great time today or over the weekend to go to Cracker Barrel and have a meal. The Cracker Barrel boycott was about to happen, but I think we're at a point now where not only can we say there's not going to be a boycott, but we can go to Cracker Barrel and support them. Because, I'm going to play a video that a waitress made from Cracker Barrel when the radio show starts, and I'm going over this issue. The ones that were really getting punished were the workers, because people were starting to boycott Cracker Barrel. I went to Cracker Barrel, did a little bit of an undercover video on Sunday morning at 9:30 in the morning, and it was pretty empty. I put the video up on Patreon. I didn't eat because I didn't want to spend money there. But the front porch where the rocking chairs are usually filled with people waiting for tables. There was no waiting for a table. There were people there eating. It wasn't completely empty, but there was no wait for a table at 9:30 in the morning on a Sunday. People are going after church. They're going before church. People that don't go to church get up on Sunday mornings and go out to breakfast. And there was no wait for I have never seen no wait for a table at Cracker Barrel on a weekend. Have you? I don't know if I've seen no wait ever, really, at a Cracker Barrel, but there was no wait on a Sunday morning. So the boycott had started, and, they must have gotten some numbers that showed a drastic decline in the last few days, in the last 5 days or so since the story broke, of empty tables, empty restaurants, and revenues down dramatically. They caved so quick. And it wasn't even a formal boycott. It's something that just kind of happened on its own. Just because people like me had been talking about it. And, what their plan was to make Cracker Barrel generic. And part of what the white woke culture want to do, they want to wipe out white people. So they got a white guy sitting next to that soda Cracker Barrel. They wanted to wipe him out. And that's just the way it is. And they wanted to have a generic restaurant that looked like an IHOP. And they had said that Cracker Barrel's business had been slowing in recent years. Them doing this reversal could bring the company back. And not only could it bring the company back, there's a very good chance that they're going to have their biggest months in decades over the next few weeks, because people are going to be so pleased about this. And the fact that Donald Trump is getting, rightfully so, the credit. If Donald Trump had not posted to Truth Social yesterday about this, they wouldn't have done it. They would have convinced themselves, that idiot CEO would have convinced the board of directors to write it out. People will forget, and then they'll stop off at our restaurants. When you get off of an exit and you see that Cracker Barrel sign, they're not the only food stop there. People like Cracker Barrel, but they'll just go through the drive-through at Chick-fil-A, unless it's Sunday, or the McDonald's or whatever else is there, and skip the Cracker Barrel. Believe me, they will. Now, if you're on hold, you're going to have to hold on, because we're going to be live in a few minutes on the radio. And like I say, I don't take any calls when we're about to make the transition, because they could mistakenly turn us on. But we got a couple of minutes until we go live on the radio, and then I'll take those calls. And I know some of you have been on hold for a while, but you got to hang in there. The transition from just being online to being on the radio will happen in just a couple of minutes. So if you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call in and voice your opinion, the number is pinned in the live chat. All right? Now, I'm waiting to hear from Mike, the board op at the radio station, and he'll tell me. Okay. Yep, the phones are ringing, but I can't take any calls until after we start. On the radio. So you're going to have to hang in there, guys. Welcome, everyone. Make sure you subscribe. This is where MAGA comes to talk. We got about 3 minutes. That's Mike texting me. Okay. Yep, we got about 3 minutes, and we'll be live on the radio. All right. I think this might be the quickest caving I've ever seen of a liberal to conservatives, because it doesn't happen that often. Crazy. Okay. All right. We have about 2 minutes, and then we'll be live on the radio, and we'll cover all of this. And take your calls. Remember, no profanity. I have to disconnect the call and dump it if you use profanity when we start on the radio. Keep that in mind. Just over a minute, and we'll be live. If you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you want to see the video and hear the audio that I play on the show, you got to go to my other stream. On the stream with the green wall behind me, you'll see and hear me, and you'll hear the callers. But the audio sound bites, you won't be able to hear those. You won't be able to see the videos I play or the articles I'm going over. So that's on the other stream. So you can hop over there. The stream's going now. We got a minute, and we'll be back. Just over a minute. Here we go. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. It's Wednesday morning already, and it's a great Mango Wednesday, no doubt about that. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Welcome, one and all. We've got a lot to cover today. A lot has happened, but I'm going to lead with this Cracker Barrel caving and surrender and reversal on the stupidity, woke nonsense that they were about to destroy a great American company with. This is amazing. So President Trump posted on Truth Social that Cracker Barrel should reverse what they're doing and apologize today and save their company, and they did it. So Cracker Barrel not only completely reversed it, the original logo, they're going to go back to the old logo, the white guy with the barrel of crackers, that they're going to keep that logo. The locations that they change the logo to will be changed back to the original logo. They'll change the signage. And the remodels, turning them generic, they're going to stop the remodels, doing away with the good country atmosphere that they have. This is absolutely unheard of and amazing at the same time. You know, I tell a lot of people that are new conservatives since President Trump came down the escalator until now. I know it's been over 10 years, but if you were a Republican before the era of Trump coming down the escalator, this was what it was like when we were Republicans then, led by Newt Gingrich and other jokers. Republicans would take a position on something and within 2 or 3 days would reverse it and apologize for it. And liberals never apologize. I have never known liberals to reverse what they're doing and apologize for it. And this is what Cracker Barrel posted on X. We thank our guest for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away, and our old time will remain. At Cracker Barrel, it's always been and always will be about serving up delicious food, warm welcomes, and the kind of country hospitality that feels like family. And as a proud American institution, our 70,000 hardworking employees look forward to welcoming you to our table soon. So Cracker Barrel has done a complete reversal, acknowledged that they made a mistake. They've apologized. That's awesome. It's a good time to go to Cracker Barrel this week. I might even head over there myself in the next few days and have a meal of support for Cracker Barrel. When have you seen Democrats, liberals, wokesters, activists, not only stop what they're doing, reverse it, apologize, acknowledge what they did was wrong, and that they're listening to the majority out there? I don't know if this has ever happened before. Now, there have been times like with the trans in the sports where it's been forced upon them, like President Trump has done with executive orders. But I've been thinking, since this story dropped yesterday, I've been trying to think of an instance where any liberal person or organization has done what Cracker Barrel just did. Can you think of any? Usually what they do, even if you go to any place that sells beer, Bud Light is always fully in stock. And if Bud Light would have done this in the beginning, people would still be buying Bud Light. Now, that company owns a whole bunch of different beer brands, so they've been able to survive. But Bud Light was one of the most popular beers in America. No one buys it. Men don't want to be seen with it. They just don't. Even at a bar or restaurant, when they're ordering draft beer and nobody knows the beer in the glass, they don't order Bud Light. Because, you know why? They don't want people to think they're gay. That's why. That's the reality of it. And Bud Light, it may be too late for Bud Light to reverse, but I'm trying to think, can you think of any instance? Now, I've seen instances where things have gone away. As an example, during Black History Month at Starbucks this year, I didn't see any BLM stuff up. Starbucks, I don't see the preferred pronouns on the aprons of their workers anymore. They used to have that all over the place too, right? They used to have employee T-shirts that had BLM stuff all over it, that were official Starbucks T-shirts I would see employees wear. Those are gone. So they did something, but they didn't acknowledge that they did a wrong. Do you understand what I mean? That's an example of a company getting some feedback, slowly making a change without acknowledging that they're making changes or admitting a wrong. Companies that are liberal and woke have never done something like this. And, part of the problem, that the left have, it's liberal woke women. Liberal woke women have been destroying their movement, which is fine with me. We don't want the Democrats to be successful. But you've got this liberal woke CEO of Cracker Barrel who made this decision. And what she was doing was wiping out, in her mind, whiteness. She probably didn't even like the name cracker, even though it's referring to soda crackers. A lot of people think cracker means like Southern white people. And I've heard so many people over the years say it's called Cracker Barrel because that's what they called the guy with the whip on the plantation. No, it's because that barrel had soda crackers in it. And it was called Cracker Barrel because they used to have barrels of soda crackers at old country stores and gas stations back in the day. I don't know why. I don't know what the deal was with soda crackers. I don't really know. Maybe because they don't go bad like regular bread. I know on old sailing ships, like in the days of the big British Navy on the seas and all, they had crackers because they didn't spoil like regular bread. Maybe that's why. I don't know why soda crackers were so popular in the South. I don't know. But that's what the cracker refers to. But this is more than a reversal. It's a public reversal and a public apology. And liberals don't apologize, and they never admit that they're wrong until now. And it shows that we are in a MAGA nation. This is a conservative country. It has always been a conservative country. And it is a MAGA, Make America Great Again. It is a MAGA nation that we are in. The Bud Light decision was made by a liberal woman who was in charge of marketing for Bud Light. Remember? She was in charge of their influencer marketing, and she hired that idiot and destroyed Budweiser. Budweiser would have a more difficult time coming back because Cracker Barrel reversed today's Wednesday. They reversed on Tuesday afternoon, so I think it was less than a week. They totally reversed and apologized. The only thing that I could think of offhand that Bud Light could do would not only be to hire Sydney Sweeney as their spokesperson, change all their packaging and take Bud Light off the packaging and just put Sydney Sweeney up there and with some heavy cleavage, and then maybe a guy would walk out with a 12-pack. His wife wouldn't be happy, though. Men do not want to be seen walking out of a gas station, convenience store, or grocery store with a 12-pack or a 6-pack that says Bud Light on it because they think people will think they're gay. I mean, think about it. If you see a guy walking out of a convenience store with Bud Light, what do you think? You think he's you think he's gay and he's making a point. He's going out of his way to buy Bud Light. And that's what that brand, they have, Bud Light, because of that liberal woman, rebranded the company. Bud Light, which is not my favorite beer. I like Michelob, I like Coors Light, I like Guinness. There's other beers I like. But the thing about Bud Light, here in Florida, when it's super, super hot, you go into a bar or a restaurant and you order a cold draft. A Bud Light cold draft it's great on a cold day, but I haven't had it since that happened. And you know what? I'm not going to either. Now, I want to ask you this. Do you or someone you know or love suffer from neuropathy? Then listen up. A lot of you out there have neuropathy and don't even know it. If you have any of these neuropathy symptoms, you can call Lighthouse Medical as well. Do you have numbness, pain, burning, tingling in your hands and feet, muscle weakness, dizziness, loss of balance? Are you falling down all the time? Muscle twitching, the feeling of pins and needles in your hands and feet, no feeling at all. If you have those symptoms, you may have neuropathy. And if you have neuropathy, or you think you might have it, go and take advantage of this no-charge consultation at Lighthouse Medical. They have a neuropathy treatment that works and it lasts. Steve had his neuropathy treatment 3 years ago, and Lighthouse Medical rid him of all these symptoms, and they have not returned 3 years later. It's amazing. 754-222-6642. By the way, if you can't make it in, or you're in another state or another city, they can help you with your neuropathy no matter where you are in the United States. 754-222-6642, 754-222-6642, and online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. My name's Brian. This is the Steve Kane Show. Call us on hold standby if you'd like to share your thoughts and opinions. The number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. We'll be back with your calls and more after this. Welcome, everyone. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm going to finish up with the Cracker Barrel story and take your calls and cover some other stories. But this is, can you think of a time when a liberal organization or company not only has reversed what they're doing, admitted wrong, and apologized? Like the NFL with the kneeling during the national anthem with the idiot players. They still do that. They just stopped showing it on television. That's what I mean, right? They didn't reverse anything, and they just stopped showing them doing it on television. So this is something completely different that we've never seen before. And this will be the new normal. Wokesters apologizing, reversing what they're doing, apologizing for doing it, and ask for your forgiveness in business. That's going to be the new world. Okay, we got a couple of minutes and we'll be back. When we get back, I'm going to play this video that a Cracker Barrel waitress made, it's really sad. And think of this. They have 70,000 employees. President Trump just kept 70,000 employees working because a lot of them were going to get their hours cut back and laid off, right? One of the YouTube watchers messaged me last week on YouTube. I showed the post last week, and he just started working at Cracker Barrel a few weeks ago or a few months ago, and he was worried that his hours were going to be cut, and since he's low on the totem pole, that he'd lose his job. And they're probably going to be hiring because they're going to be so busy now, having reversed, apologized, and admitted wrong. But can you think of any other liberal company or organization that reversed something they did, admitted they made a mistake, and apologized? I can't think of a single one. Can you? Never happened before. And likely will never happen again. Yeah, no, the number to call in is pinned in the live chat. Oh, another person that said FDT, Forever Donald Trump. That's awesome. Forever Donald Trump, FDT, Forever Donald Trump. That's awesome. Pretty cool. Yes, there's two variations, FDT and Forever DJT, Forever Donald Trump or Forever Donald John Trump. That's amazing. Right? We have all kinds of new sayings in the MAGA movement. I got to turn the air down. Hold on. It's a little hot. We'll be back in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. All right. My daughter just got back from California. Very excited. Get to see her after the show today. Less than a minute, we'll be back. We're back. I'm Brian. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. We're talking about this reversal and apology from Cracker Barrel. And can you think of a company or organization that did something liberal, totally reversed what they did, admitted they did something wrong, and apologized like Cracker Barrel has? I can't think of a single one. Not only that, and one example is like the NFL with these idiot spoiled brats that take the knee during the national anthem. They didn't reverse that. They just stopped showing it on television, right? Some of them still do that. I cannot think of a single liberal company or organization that did something liberal like this, reversed it, admitted their mistake, and apologized. And ask conservatives to come and participate or go to their bit. I've never seen that before. If you got any example of it, it's fine. Any company that's done such an incredible thing, or organization, we want to recognize them. But Cracker Barrel's made some history here. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm Barry. I'm from D.C. Well, from Virginia.
Okay.
I just have one quick question. Is there anything you could think of that Trump has done wrong since this year? January?
Since you're talking about Trump, you're talking about President Donald Trump, right? Because there's a lot of Trump.
Yeah. Can you name a flaw or something he's done that you disagree with?
Nope.
No.
In fact, you can go back to the time he came down the elevator until now. I can't think of a single mistake that he's made or something I would disagree with.
What about shutting down the country or not firing Fauci fast enough?
There was he never fired Fauci. There was a global pandemic and an emergency situation, and he did some things during an emergency. No, he's made no mistakes. In fact, what President Trump did was an absolute miracle. Think about this. The global economy shut down, right, for a while, for a few months, around the planet, and President Trump was able to keep the economy of the world strong and going. We didn't have a depression or anything. That's amazing.
I mean, you can say that, but we could also say...
Well, I can say that because I experienced it. But let's talk... You're talking about the deficit?
Yeah.
Yesterday, the president...
I'm just saying, the reason why the economy didn't shut down is because we just spent a lot of money. Congress just
whatever. The economy was held together under his leadership during a time when the entire planet was shut down. Yesterday he had a cabinet meeting, and the Treasury Secretary informed the president live on television that because of the tariffs, the federal government has raised $500 billion in revenue from the tariffs. And excuse me, I'm not finished. And that the national deficit has been reduced by 26% in just a short couple of months. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
You think the national debt has been reduced by 26%?
No, I don't think that. I don't think that. The Treasury Secretary told the President of the United States that in the cabinet meeting yesterday, and no one from the media took issue with it. That's a fact.
Well, I mean, it's because I think our national debt's at like $40 trillion now.
Well, it's 26% less since he came into office.
Okay. Well, I mean,
is that a good thing?
I don't believe the national. Let me just say, if Trump did that, I would love him forever.
Well, then be prepared to love him forever.
I just don't think the national debt has been reduced.
Could you?
By
yeah. What's the real reason you don't like Donald Trump? Got daddy issues?
Well, no. Did I have daddy issues? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Do you have daddy issues? Strong men? You don't like strong men, manly men?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Because as I get older,
and so's your response.
I see as I get older, I see my parents very differently.
So you do have daddy issues.
I would say yes, I do have some sort of daddy issues. But that's
there you
not
go.
my point. You asked me why.
Well, wait. President Trump. The reason I asked about daddy issues is because not only is President Trump a man's man, a manly man. He represents order, fatherhood, parenting, right and wrong, and these are all things you have issues with.
Right. You think Donald Trump represents right and wrong?
He represents what's right.
I mean, I can't get into that. But let me ask you one other question. Like, don't you think it's like, I'm not gonna curse. Don't you think it's insane? Like everything Alex Jones has been talking about for the past X amount of years, like is kind of coming true right now.
Well, I don't listen to him, so I don't know. I don't listen to him, so I don't know. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Scott. I'm calling from Kansas City.
Hey, Scott. What's up?
Well, I have an example for you insofar as a business. It's not necessarily a woke kind of business, but it was where Coke changed to New Coke, had a disaster, and came back with, I think, original Coke or something like that.
Well, yeah, but you know what, though? You know what, though? I know what you're talking. People forget New Coke. Yeah, New Coke came out, and then how long until they went back to the original recipe, Coke Classic? It was called. Wasn't that long, right? But a lot of people think that the whole thing was a big marketing tactic. That the New Coke was just a marketing ploy, and Coca-Cola's been number one ever since, by far. Pepsi's number two, but so far behind, it's hopeless. So that's not a good example. What Cracker Barrel did was they did something liberal, and it was a mistake. They reversed their decision. They admitted they made a mistake. They apologized to the country and to their customers, and they asked people to forgive them and come back and patronize their business. I've never seen a company do that. New Coke and Coke Classic was a marketing. They came out with Coke Classic too quick. And back in those days, we didn't have the computer tech that we have today. How'd they get that Coke Classic labeling on all the bottles so quick? You know what I mean? No, it was too fast. And Coca-Cola is bottled at the local level. How'd they get the original formula out so quick at the local? No, that was a marketing scam probably. And it wasn't liberal.
Yeah, but I wonder why Cracker Barrel had that CEO who was just a woke nut job like Bud Light. I don't remember the other woman's name,
Bud Light. Like Bud Light was a person that was in charge of their influencer marketing department that did that.
Yeah. I mean, she's like right out of school, and she was a liberal nut job just like this woman at Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering who originally gets at the executives, the owners, the stockholders, the board of directors to say, we want to do this and you will do it or else, or whatever.
I don't know. I mean, if I knew how I would imagine that there's a CEO club out there. It's a class of people, right? For the most part, that go from, like, she was the head of, what was it? Was it Starbucks in China or something before this? So there's this, there's this CEO elite club of people that go from company to company, right? So yeah, like Starbucks has a new CEO who was the CEO of Chipotle. So I don't know how they go from one company to another. It's some elite class of secret society. But this decision at Cracker Barrel was in spite of this woke woman that almost destroyed their brand and their company. Believe me, this was the board of directors overruled that lunatic, and she is fuming about it right now. She's probably going to end up out. She's probably trying to figure out a way to move on and get her golden parachute that all those CEOs have.
Oh, give her a golden parachute. Give her something. And it should be a lesson to other, but I bet it won't be a lesson to other companies. Don't hire these.
Yep. Hey, listen, I got to run, but I appreciate the call. You know, the caller before this one, when I asked him what his real problem was with Trump, and I said, "Do you daddy issues?" I'm going to give that guy a lot of credit because he admitted to me he does indeed have issues with his father and his mother, and President Trump represents a parent and right and wrong, and that's what his real problem was. You got to give a guy credit when he deserves it. That was some honesty as well as a little bit of therapy. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. We'll be right back. Now, if you're a Medicare recipient or turning 65 soon, listen up. Or if you have a loved one, mom, dad, or a spouse that's a Medicare person, this is very, very important. You know, millions of seniors are missing out on Medicare benefits that you are entitled to. You may be one of them. In fact, you also may be paying too much for your Medicare benefits. Call Chapter. The number is in the description of the video, 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. You know, there's over 24,000 Medicare policies. Chapter has access to all of them. And at no charge to you, there's no catches, no gimmicks, completely free. When you call that number, no matter where you are in the United States, you're going to get a real person on the phone. They'll review your policy with you. Make sure you're in the right policy. Make sure that you're not paying too much. The average Chapter client saves over $1,100 a year. Pick up the phone. Give them a call. 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. Again, you'll get a real live agent on the phone. They'll answer all your questions and review your policy in just a few short minutes. 805-754-3033. Give them a call. All right, this is our bottom of the hour break. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. If you're new, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we'll be back. Where is my laptop? We'll be back in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. This is our bottom of the hour break on the radio. Oh, I got a busy day today. My daughter is back from Los Angeles, so when I get off the air, I'm going to take her cat. Her cat's missing her, going around the house meowing, looking for her. Do you guys think that the new Coke was a publicity stunt? I think it probably was. They got that Coke Classic thing going on too quick with the labels and everything. Who knows for sure? We may never know the truth about that. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Brian. We are celebrating the reversal of everything woke at Cracker Barrel. And let me take another call or two. Then I got more to share. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. How are you doing today?
All right.
It's Mark from Randolph.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, real quick, I want to clarify. Besser said that the budgetary deficit was down $500 million, not the entire debt.
Well,
to the US.
Are you a grown up or you still live off of mommy and daddy?
I own a business, but
yeah, I didn't. So you own a business? I asked if you still live with mommy and daddy. You didn't say no. Okay, No,
I don't live with my parents.
Okay, it took. Well, okay.
I'm a grown up.
I don't know. You think pretty childlike. Well, as a business owner, you understand what happens if you cut your expenses by 26%. What do you do with that money?
That's not the same thing. And he
It is.
didn't
Oh
say
my
that.
goodness! Enough. It is what he said, and it is the same thing. I'm not going to sit around and say, what is this? George Orwell's 1984. 2 + 2 = 3. Enough. So President Trump, what he did was absolutely amazing. I want to play this video. I went to Cracker Barrel on Sunday and made a bit of an undercover video. I did not eat there or purchase anything because I wasn't going to support the company after this woke. Now it's different. I'm going to go in this week. I'm going to buy some of that. You know what I really like at the country store? I like those candy sticks they have. They're so good. I love those. I don't know how much they are. They used to be 10 cents. I don't know what they cost now. But I'm going to buy some of those, and I'm going to have a meal. I don't know if I'll go for lunch or breakfast or what day, but I'm going to be going there. But when I made a bit of an undercover video at Cracker Barrel, and it was not busy. It was Sunday morning at 9:30, and I knew they weren't that busy when I first got there because there were empty parking spots right in the front of the joint, which is unheard of. In fact, even the handicap parking wasn't filled at Cracker Barrel. And the front porch where the rocking chairs were, they had all those rocking chairs lined up. There was only one person sitting in one rocking chair, and that was an employee taking a break. And I went in. There were people eating. This is Sunday at 9:30, but there was no wait for the table. No wait. And I looked in. There were empty tables. I have never been to a Cracker Barrel where there was no wait, where you could just sit down. And I saw them doing it because usually, I've always suspected, well, they're busy. That's, prior to this event, and they'll be busy again this weekend. But my thought was, and I could be wrong about this, I don't know, but I always suspected that they always make you wait so that you will walk around the country store and buy some stuff. I also like they sell Buckeyes. You Ohio people, Buckeyes. It's kind of like a Reese's peanut butter cup, but it's shaped like a Buckeye, like in Ohio, with peanut butter in the middle and then chocolate on the outside. They sell those at Cracker Barrel. I don't know anyone else that sells Buckeyes. My mom makes them at home, but I'll buy some Buckeyes too. But hopefully they have them in stock. And their pumpkin pie is very good at Cracker Barrel. I do go in and buy pies there from time to time. Their apple pie is spectacular, but I'm a pumpkin pie guy. But anyway, I always thought that they made you wait for a table to spend money in the country store. Maybe they do, maybe they did, maybe they don't. I don't know. But I've never been to a Cracker Barrel where you could just walk in and get a table. And it wasn't just me being alone. I'm talking about families that were going in with 3, 4, 5 people. Were immediately being seated. And I also thought they like you waiting on the porch. Hopefully you'll buy one of those rocking chairs, which cost a couple $100. But there was nobody out there waiting. I've never seen that. So they were getting hit hard. And this is a video that a Cracker Barrel waitress made in the kitchen and posted online. I saw this yesterday.
Hey y'all, so as y'all can see, I work at Cracker Barrel as a waitress, and we're struggling. You see all these people? We all got here at 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Well, I got here at 4, and I've only had 3 tables tonight. Everybody has had like 2 or 3 tables max. I say at least like 9 tables their whole shift.
All right, how many tables did she say she had? Let me start it over. I missed the number she said. Hold on.
Hey y'all, so as y'all can see, I work at Cracker Barrel as a waitress, and we're struggling. You see all these people? We all got here at 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Well, I got here at 4, and I've only had 3 tables tonight. Everybody has had like 2 or 3 tables max. I say at least like 9 tables their whole shift. Like tonight, I've only had 3 tables and I've made $13 total. So.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel, what are we doing? What? Something's got to give, y'all. People got families to feed.
Yeah, $13 she made. $13 because there was nobody there. That's all she made. Well, President Trump saved her family, saved her job. On top of the fact there's no tax on tips now. You know, it's really, you know, people don't understand that aren't conservative, that aren't MAGA. They don't understand the change that's going on in this country. You know, after the next break, I'm going to get into some of the other stories, but you're welcome to call in and celebrate the Cracker Barrel surrender to the president and total reversal and apology and all. But we've gotten our country back. Don't you understand? These woke idiots on the left, the ones that are out there now telling you that violent criminals have a constitutional right to do crime. I mean, some of them, like Jamie Raskin, I'm going to play this in a little bit. Well, crime's always been a part of American life. Why are we doing something? Why are we bothering doing anything? I couldn't believe this. I'll play it for you later. But I know it's insane what the left are doing. But these idiots were the ones, if Trump had not won re-election, American culture would have been gone. We would have lost it. You know, the thing about Cracker Barrel is nostalgic. You know, one of the most successful movies of all time was Back to the Future. And Back to the Future, which came out in 1985, you know, Michael J. Fox went back in time to 1955. So why was that movie so popular? And why is it still popular today? Well, the reason it's popular, when Back to the Future came out, I was 14. So I knew who Michael J. Fox was from Family Ties, and it was the 80s, and and it's a science fiction movie for young people. So I want to see it. But my parents, who were born in the 50s, they wanted to see it too, because they lived in the 50s and they got the nostalgia. You see how that happens? It's a mash of two different periods, right? The 80s kids, me, and the 50s kids, my parents. So the whole family goes. It's nostalgia. Nostalgia is what Americans love. Nostalgia. I imagine they do in other countries too. And that's what made Cracker Barrel so popular. And they're probably going to have their best time ever now, business-wise, at least in many, many years, because there's going to be a revival of people wanting to go to Cracker Barrel. There are people that may never have been to a Cracker Barrel or haven't been to one in years who are going to go this week. Because this story of the reversal, while it dropped yesterday afternoon, by the weekend, people that don't even follow the news are going to know about it, and they're going to go to Cracker Barrel. You know, and if they're really smart, they'd start selling some MAGA hats. People in America love nostalgia. And the reason, like Back to the Future, the reason it's popular so much today is because my generation, we're older now, we're like our parents were with the 50s. It's nostalgia. People love nostalgia. They love Americana. You know, the left have led you to believe through these pundits and morons on MSNBC and all these other places that people don't like American culture. People love American culture. Why do you think the American movies and TV shows are hits worldwide? Because people love the culture of America and good old Southern hospitality. You know, when I went to Cracker Barrel on Sunday to do this video, every employee on my way in and out, every employee said good morning to me. Isn't that something? Good old-fashioned Southern hospitality. And by the way, they were selling LPs, like vinyl records in there. They had Lee Greenwood's big hit, I'm Proud to Be an American. They had the album there on LP. I couldn't believe it in the gift shop. I showed it on the video I made. And what the left, the left is being run by weirdos, black racists like Joy Reid and Jasmine Crockett, and radical weirdos like that guy that they made the spokesperson for Bud Light. And what they were trying to do was wipe out American culture as we know it and enjoy it and rewrite some new woke culture. And Donald Trump's re-election with the majority of the vote was such an overwhelming landslide victory not only saved our country, took us back to a great time of a love of America. If you're on hold, hang in there. Oh my goodness. Yesterday afternoon, the winds and rains at my house, it was rough. Holy smokes. I had my garage open. I was doing some stuff and I had to go and shut the garage door. The winds were blowing so hard during the heavy rains, the rain was coming in my garage. Yeah, it's hurricane season. And, you know, even when you have a hard rainstorm like that, it may not be a tropical storm or a hurricane, but some of those wind gusts, I would not be surprised if some of the wind gusts yesterday we had were tropical storm force speeds, even though it's a gust. You know, when a storm is categorized as a tropical storm or a hurricane, cat, whatever, that means you have sustained winds at that level. So as an example, when we have a tropical storm, there will be wind gusts that are hurricane strength, but they're not sustained, so that it's a tropical storm. When you have a Cat 1 hurricane, you're going to have wind gust of Cat 2, 3, but they're not sustained, so it's still a Cat 1. It's sustained wind speed. And if you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, oh man, you know, when those winds like we had yesterday come through, you've got a loose shingle or tile up on that roof. Or if you have like a condo or something that has like one of those flat roofs with the thing, you got a tear in your roof or something, those wind gusts, they get under that tile, they get under that shingle. They loosen it up more and they make it worse. You want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. He handles every type of structure. I was watching a video that Tom Laporta from Laporta Roofing posted online yesterday, and he was doing the roof. I couldn't tell if it was a condo or an apartment building, but it was a massive roof, and it was a huge job. He can handle a job of any size, whether it's your single-family home of any size, large or small, an apartment or condo building with, you know, that has dozens or hundreds of units in it, a complex that has over 300, 400 units. He can handle a job of any size. He works with every type of structure as well. And of course, he's a good MAGA guy who will never sell you a roof you do not need. Give him a call. This number rings directly to Tom Laporta's cell phone, so you can call or text. Now, I'm going to give you his website, which is Laporta Roofing. And there's a phone number at Laporta Roofing, which you can call as well. That's the office. But if you want to get Tom Laporta, the owner of the company himself, call or text 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. And online, LaportaRoofing.com. Call us on hold, stand by. I'm Brian. This is Steve Kane Show. We'll be right back. If you're on hold, guys, stand by. I'm going to go to the phones when we get back. Let's see. We're back in just a couple minutes. All right, stand by. If you're on hold, hang in there. I'll take some calls when we get back. Okay. Pull up a couple of things here. We'll be back in about a minute, guys. I'm just queuing some stuff up for the next hour. There's one piece of audio that I want to play that I'm looking for. Oh, there it is. There it is. Got it. Okay. All right, we're back. All right, let's go. We're celebrating the reversal and apology from Cracker Barrel. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Mark from Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really about the Cracker Barrel thing. Is that okay if I
It
talk
depends.
about something
It
different?
depends. It depends.
Okay, would you agree with me that our government is not America?
No.
You wouldn't agree with me that our America is not our government?
Are you high? Do you grow
No,
weed?
listen,
Do you grow weed in the backyard in
hold on,
Ohio?
hold on.
What kind of? That sounds like logic that a bunch of stoners come up with while they're passing the bong around.
No, listen. So you're going to be disrespectful. And
No, I
I'm
know, and I'm not
disrespectful
being
towards you.
disrespectful. It's just that what you
Well,
that
then
what
let
you
me-
brought
can
up
I
sounds stupid. All right,
May
yeah.
I finish?
Well, I don't know about that, but
Thank you.
you can continue. I don't know if I'll let you finish, but you can continue.
Okay, we got a good one here. I think that when people are talking about our government, they combine America, and what we have to understand is that's separate. America is not our government. America is a business. And I'm not against Republicans or Democrats.
Uh-huh.
Donald Trump is doing some good things.
Everything
but the
he's
only
doing
thing
is
that I'm okay, that's your opinion. You're allowed to have it.
Oh, thank you.
What I'm against is martial law. That's the start of tyranny.
Oh, okay.
If
Slow down.
you-
Okay, no,
if
stop.
people-
Sorry. Okay,
hold
no. You hold on. Hold on.
If you
Excuse
feel,
me.
if you
Hold
feel
on a
that
second.
taken
Hold
away-
on
if
a
you're-
second. No. Excuse
okay,
me.
Okay.
Excuse
Go
me.
ahead.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hosting the show here. When I ask you guys to call in, I'm not saying, hey, call in and take over the hosting duties. No. You said martial law. Is there martial law somewhere in the United States that I'm not aware of?
Well, this is the beginning of the steps for that.
Where's the
And
martial
if
law?
people-
Where's the martial law? Can you explain to me where
in
this?
D.C. right now?
There's no martial law in
In
D.C.
D.C. And I'm all for
Slow down.
order. I'm
Give me an
all for
example.
order.
Give me an example of martial law
Well,
existing.
let me finish my statement first.
No,
then I'll
you
give
said
an
you said there's
example.
martial law. Where explain
Yeah,
to
and I want to finish my.
We're almost out of
statement
time.
before
I got to take a break in a couple minutes, and I don't have time for some
Okay, so
stoner
you would
with his stoner logic
so
to
you
go
would
on in this thing.
You would prefer to have safety over freedom.
Well, what I'm asking you to do is explain to me how martial law is in place in Washington D.C.
I've asked you 3 questions,
and I've answered them, and none of them are on my topic. And
God bless you.
So give me an example.
Day,
he can't tell me.
God bless you. Have a good day, sir.
All right, yeah,
Bye.
go back. Yeah, Pat, is it your turn to take the bong? Is it coming around the circle? There is no martial law in D.C., and Stoner from Ohio knows. The military are not arresting people. Arrests are being made mainly by the Metropolitan Police Department of Washington, D.C., and some by federal agents. They've done over 1,000 arrests. So they've been federal agents and the local D.C. police. The military, the National Guard, are not arresting people. They're there in a presence. I saw them yesterday picking up garbage in a park. Okay? Okay. So they're not arresting people. They're doing police work. They're just there. Washington, D.C., is not a regular city like the city or town that you live in, or New York City, or where I live. Washington, D.C. is not in a state. Okay? I don't think they teach this in schools anymore. The District of Columbia is not in a state. So why is that? Why is Washington, the nation's capital, not in a state? And the answer to that is this. If Washington, D.C. was in a state, like it was in Virginia or Maryland or something, the state government would have authority over the president and the Congress. That's right. Washington, D.C. is not an independent city like New York City or something. Okay? It's the District of Columbia, which is a federal city under federal control. The city government, the mayor and the city council of Washington, D.C., are little more than figureheads. They answer to a congressional committee that runs Washington, D.C. It is a federal city. It's the capital of the United States. And from time to time, the military has been brought in to protect Washington, D.C. Right now, from violent criminals who were domestic terrorists terrorizing the city. During World War II, during the Civil War, it was fortified, and other times. There's been other times, okay, when they fortified the city over the years. But it is Washington, D.C. is always under federal control. It's never not been under federal control. So your idea of martial law or whatever that you're hearing all these liberal pundits and stuff throw around there, it doesn't apply to the District of Columbia. Okay? Yeah, that's right. So, which is absurd. Now, the first duty, and the guy wasn't changing the topic because what he's talking about fits into where I'm going to be going in a bit in the next hour. So it just gave me a good lead in, his stoner stupidity. The government's main focus, and when I say the government, I don't mean just the federal government, your local government, your city government, your county government, your state government, and the federal government, their first duty is to keep the citizens safe. They're responsible for keeping the streets crime-free. And in these Democrat cities, not only have they failed, they're not even trying anymore. They're trying to tell you now that crime is just a part of life in the big city. Suck it up. Criminals got constitutional rights. So we're going to get into that and a whole bunch more as the show goes on. If you're on hold, stand by. My name's Brian. This is the Steve Kane Show. Oh, by the way, Friendly Tire in Margate. You can get new tires out the door and on the road for as low as $75 a tire. Give Friendly Mike a call. 954-977-9445. He gets a lot of people that do ride sharing and DoorDash and Uber Eats and Lyft drivers and stuff because you go through tires so much. His tires, very good, as low as $75 on common size tires on some of the most common vehicles on the road today. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. It's the Steve Kane Show. We'll be back right after this. Okay, there was one other soundbite I was looking for that I've not found yet.
The Benny Show.
Howard Stern has lost his show along with Stephen Colbert.
This story's been developing all morning long. There is something pretty intriguing.
It seems to like it basically.
Here we go. One more I need to queue up. Hold on. All right. I was queuing up some stories that I'm going to cover in this hour. Okay. Just over a minute, we'll be back, about 90 seconds. Oh, man. Yep, the number to call, if you're on hold, stand by. The number to call in is in the chat, but I'm going to move to some other topics now. But you're welcome to call in about the Cracker Barrel victory still, but I'm going to move on to some other topics. Yep, bring back American history, that's true. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. We're back. Hour number 2 has begun. My name is Brian. This is the Steve Kane Show. If you're on hold, stand by. I want to shift into the D.C. I got a lot of topics to cover here. If you're on hold and want to talk about Cracker Barrel, you're certainly welcome, because I will be revisiting our Cracker Barrel victory, courtesy of our favorite president, Donald Trump. But I want to talk about what's going on in D.C. Did you guys watch the cabinet meeting yesterday? Holy smokes. That was such a beautiful thing. That cabinet meeting went on for how many hours? Yesterday, we had the whole cabinet there and the president for hours and hours. And I was wondering, I said to my wife, I said, who's running the country? Who's running the country? Because they're all in there. It was great. And these cabinet meetings are so historic that you really got to appreciate them. We have never, this is maybe the 4th, 5th cabinet meeting that we've seen in its entirety. We've never seen cabinet meetings before. The only thing we've seen before is video and still photographs of them sitting at the table doing nothing. We're actually getting to see the working cabinet meeting with the press there asking questions. President Trump goes around the table from secretary to secretary, and they report to the president what they've done, what they're working on, and what they're going to do. And he questions them, and the president, they go around the table. It's never been done before, ever. We have never seen this before. It's living history. These are historical documents that are being documented every time these cabinet meetings are like this. Never seen anything like it. And the press is there asking questions of anything they want. It's like me with the open phones. It's open forum to ask anything. And the crime in D.C., President Trump, he's getting attacked by the media, and he has dropped several times in press events at the White House over the past few days, including yesterday, that it's been so dangerous in Washington, D.C., that the White House press corps, when they leave the White House and go back to their news outlet offices, they have to have a security detail escort them. It's so dangerous. Isn't that crazy? And they don't report it because they're frauds. They're fake news frauds. They don't report it. Isn't that crazy? Now, they had the first murder yesterday in 12 days. The first murder in 12 days in Washington, D.C. And they were averaging a murder every other day. So there's 6 or 7 people that are alive that would be dead statistically. In fact, J.D. Vance or Stephen Miller was talking the other day, a couple days ago. There's not a single officer on the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Force that remembers a time when they went that long without a murder. So let me ask you this question. When the news dropped that they had a murder in D.C., the first one in 12 days, what do you think the Democrat reaction was to that? Were they upset that, man, someone's son died, someone's dad died, someone's baby daddy died, someone's husband died, someone's boyfriend died, a person lost their life? Or were the Democrats high-fiving themselves? Oh, there was a murder, Trump's not working, his policies. What do you think was their reaction? And Trump did something that I have never seen a president of the United States ever do, not just in a cabinet meeting, but in any other scenario. When he was taking questions from the press that were barking martial law this, martial law that, he started asking questions of the press about it, and he singled out a reporter from NTD, which is also from that Epoch Times or Epoch Times, however you pronounce it. Now, NTD, they're a very good news outfit. So is Epoch Times. NTD was founded by Chinese dissidents after the Tiananmen Square that fled. You know, they're in political exile, and they formed NTD. They're very good. I've been on NTD. I was interviewed at Mar-a-Lago on NTD. I was interviewed in the last few minutes of Trump's first term by NTD. You may have seen it back then, 4 years ago. But one of their reporters was robbed at gunpoint, and the president called on her to tell her story. I know about it because I was watching it live. The news didn't cover this after the event. Let me share this with you. This is President Trump calling on her, and she tells her story of being robbed at gunpoint in Washington, D.C.
It seems to like it based on ratings. And I want to mention, about crime, because we have a young lady here, Iris, of Epoch Times. You're Iris, aren't you, huh? And I heard you were very savagely mugged in the city, and we're not going to let that happen under this administration.
That's right.
That was last year. And would you like to mention what happened?
Of course. So first of all, thank you, Mr.
Do you want to listen to this?
For having me here to share my story to the room and to the broader public. My name is Iris Tao. I'm a White House correspondent for NTD, the sister media of the Epoch Times. So more than 2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning in broad daylight. I was on my way to work, and a young man with a black ski mask pointed a gun at my face and threatened me to hand over my phone, my wallet, my laptop, and everything else. And when I refused, he used the butt of his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, or what some people call pistol whip me, before running away. And that has deeply traumatized myself and my family. Ever since, I've never dared to walk in the street of DC at night, ever. And my family was extremely worried. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for what you're doing right now, because
you're being honest.
Such incidents involved not just me, but also my family. If he had shot me, I could have died right there in the middle of nowhere without my families or my friends knowing at the age of back then, I think 23. Right. Just starting my career here in DC without even starting a family. But now I'm very blessed to have this opportunity to.
So you had a gun pointed at your head, and you probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger because these are animals that don't know what the hell they couldn't care less.
Wow.
The pulling the trigger to him is a very minor event, and I'm sure he's done it before. So how did you? And you did refuse to give it, which would probably maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision, right? Right. But you refused. But I understand that. So and then he hit you real hard. Yes. It's really amazing that you weren't shot. That was.
I'm very blessed, and that's why having this opportunity to stand here to share my story today. One, I'm very grateful for God for allowing me to still survive to this day, but also to Mr. President. Thank you for now making DC safer for us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf of my parents, and now my baby on the way. Thank you so much.
By the way, that's the cabinet and the president applauding her, not these nasty, vile, twisted souls of the media who are pissed off at her for telling this true story of being pistol whipped in D.C.
And there are other reporters and journalists, good people, and you don't have to say it, but that have also been attacked violently, and not violently too, pretty badly. But and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12 days, but people are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They haven't, I told my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now in D.C., and they weren't doing it 12 days ago. They would never even think. One of my friends went out 5 times. It was 4 times the last time I told. Now it's 5 times. He said, I love going out to dinner, and restaurants are starting to open again. A lot of them closed because, nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted to get to a restaurant or even sit in the restaurant. But you see a big difference now, don't you?
I do. I do pass by Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside.
There you go.
Make me feel like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. It's nice, and those are tough troops too.
Yeah, I mean, what a story. We have 2 members that we know of the White House press corps that have been mugged at gunpoint. This nice reporter from NTD and Brian Glenn, Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, who's with Real America's Voice. He was with Right Side Broadcasting for many years. He was robbed and mugged at gunpoint too. And the only 2 we know are from conservative media. You know, the president said so. There were other members of the White House press corps that have been robbed and mugged, and they're covering up the story because to tell their story is good news for Trump in their mind. They're fake news and they're covering it up. We know of 2 people in that press corps alone, in that room, who have been held up at gunpoint. She was pistol whipped. Little girl, I mean, she's a tiny little thing. She's like 23, she said at the time. Now she's 24 or 5. And, people who say, well, she should have given up her computer and phone, probably. She got lucky. But, see, the phones today have all your info on it. I mean, look at the Hunter Biden laptop from hell. We're still getting information from that. So if they get your phone, and there was a woman that I saw interviewed that was mugged at gunpoint in D.C., not a member of the press. I played it on the show a couple days ago. I can't remember if it was here on my podcast. But they made her unlock her phone before they took it. Your phone has your bank account on it. Many of you have your investment accounts on your phone. You have your crypto wallets there. All your apps and passwords to your entire life are there. All the addresses and phone numbers of your family, all your socials with all your contacts. So when somebody gets your phone, it's not like the old days when they took your wallet and they had your driver's license and they had your address. They've got everything. And there's probably some type of organized criminal organization, probably MS-13 or something, that are taking all that information and selling it on the dark web. It's probably very valuable. They have your bank accounts, your financial accounts, your password to every app, and maybe even your passwords on your devices at home. You know, that's very, it's all, when they mug you for your phone today, it's almost like a home invasion because so much information is on your phone. The last thing you use it for is an actual telephone. But she still got lucky. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. I got to talk about Dr. Appleton. You know, I talk a lot about the arthritis because I meet listeners that have all kinds of pains that they've been rid of. I ran into one guy when I was over to see Dr. Appleton for my shoulder injury from when I fell off the skateboard. He has a carpet business. He owns the company, but he also lays carpet. So he spent a lifetime on his knees laying carpet. He's got bad knees. Dr. Appleton rid him of his knee pain. He could keep his company and work and get his life back. I'm meeting a lot of people with arthritis of the neck, which I can only imagine. When I had the arthritis, I don't have the arthritis in my hand anymore because Dr. Appleton, you know, when I went to Dr. Appleton, I had this pain, this finger pain, and I thought it was jamming it. Like, you know, you play basketball and you jam your fingers. I thought that's what caused the pain. And he says, Brian, you have arthritis. Oh my goodness. I said, I'm done, doc. I'm done. He says, no. The laser treats the arthritis. That arthritis pain is so bad, man. Any of you have arthritis, go see Dr. Appleton. Arthritis pain, it sucks. I remember that arthritis pain, when I had it, see, now not only is the pain gone, I can crack, I'm not supposed to crack my knuckles probably, but I couldn't do that before because it was so painful. I was in pain doing nothing with that arthritis. I was almost in tears. You know, and if I didn't have to be up so early in the morning, I probably would have taken some pain pill. But Dr. Appleton, he treated me with a laser and it's gone. And I've met several listeners that have arthritis pain in their neck. Oh my goodness, it's gone now. Go see Dr. Appleton. The laser treatment works. Say bye-bye to your pain like I've done 7 times. Appointments are not necessary. Walk-ins are welcome, even on Saturdays. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. I remember my grandparents with the arthritis when I was a kid back in the 70s and 80s. Oh, my goodness. They how better would their lives have been if Dr. Appleton was around with the laser treatment back in the 70s? Well, it's there now. So you don't have to suffer like my grandparents and your grandparents did with arthritis, and you don't have to become some junkie and get on pills. Go see Dr. Appleton. 954-973-0710 and online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. If you're a Medicare recipient or you have a family member who is, mom, dad, spouse, aunt and uncle, call Chapter. You know, millions of seniors are missing out on Medicare benefits that they are entitled to. You call Chapter, you're going to get a real agent, a real person, a real agent on the line, and they'll answer all of your questions about Medicare. They'll make sure that you're on the right plan and that you're not paying too much money. You know, the average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year. It's completely free. They cover all 50 states. So no matter where you are in the United States, Chapter can help. The number's in the description of the video. It's also on your screen, 805-754-3033. Give them a call. You're going to get a real agent on the phone. They'll answer all your questions. And in a few short minutes, you'll make sure that you're not paying too much and you're getting all the benefits you're entitled to. And because they're a national company, they have access to all of the over 24,000 Medicare policies out there. 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. Give them a call. You'll be glad you did. We'll be back in about 90 seconds. If you're on hold, hang in there. I'll take some calls when we get back. Well, we got about 30 seconds, and we'll be back. Welcome back. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. I'm going to take some calls. I got so much more to share, too. I mean, we've only just scratched the surface of the show prep. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yo, my name's Brian, coming from Minnesota.
You called me. I assume you have something to say.
So I assume you still support Trump, right?
I will support Trump for the rest of my life.
Sure. So that's, I don't want to sound too rude right off the bat, but that's kind of why we call you guys cult members.
Well, you know, the majority of the people are in this country are behind MAGA. That's why Cracker Barrel reversed course yesterday. The people that are not with Trump are a small group of people. You're the cult, the Never Trumper cult.
All right, sure. Do you have any, reason why you believe that most people are MAGA?
Because he just, yes. Not only did he recently win the national election in all the battleground toss-up states and flip blue counties red in liberal states like California, he posted a short little statement, Cracker Barrel should reverse course, go back to the old logo, yesterday on True Social. Within 2 hours, Cracker Barrel reversed everything, apologized, admitted their mistake, apologized, and reversed all of their wokeness. And they're going back to the old logos. They're stopping the restaurant redesigns. And they're doing that because Trump said they should do it, and the majority of the people in the country agree with him. So they reverse course, because to not reverse course would have been to put themselves out of business. Since you asked if I have any evidence of it, yes, in the news this morning, there's evidence of it on the front page of every news outlet.
Okay, so again, your evidence that most people like Trump is because Cracker Barrel got it.
No, he just won the Cracker Barrel did something that no other company or liberal organization has done. They reversed what they were doing, admitted they made a mistake, apologized to the country and to their customers, and 100% reversed what they were doing, which is what MAGA people were asking. Well, if you're not up to date on the news, I can't help that. But you
I don't really care about Cracker Barrel. I'm sorry.
You probably don't care about a lot of things, like working.
No, I care about a lot of things. I care about the famine going on and
the famine. What time do you go to work today?
I'm actually starting my vacation today.
Your whole life, I bet, is a vacation. What do you do for work?
Do you want to talk about politics?
What do you do for work? We are talking about politics.
Yeah, I'm on a repair line for a hearing aid company.
What kind of hearing aids do you repair?
Behind the ear ones.
So someone's hearing aid doesn't work. They bring it to you. What do you do?
I don't actually fix the hearing aids.
But
I fill out forms and I.
You fill out.
You don't want to talk about. You want to talk about anything but politics.
No, you're not sophisticated enough mentally to understand we are talking about politics. See, liberal bums like you are the ones that don't like President Trump. people that work.
Yeah, can we talk about President Trump, or are you scared?
The only thing I'm concerned about is you boring my audience. But hey, listen, we had a good conversation. I appreciate the call. Enjoy your vacation. His whole life's a vacation. Boy, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
No, you're asking me finally?
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's going on? Steve from New York. How are you?
All right, Steve. What's on your mind?
So, yeah, listen, I'm honestly so tired of our country being represented by a bunch of beta bitches. Excuse my language.
No profanities, please. No profanity, please. I would appreciate that. Okay. Go ahead. Continue without profanities.
I'm sorry, I got the feedback going on in the background.
Well, stop using profanity. Go ahead. Oh, my goodness.
So,
I thought New York was a play. A New York minute was like a second. You're the.
Shut up and let me talk for a second. Jesus Christ, only New York.
Oh, now you're taking the Lord. Now you're taking the Lord. Oh, there we go. All right, first dump of the day, Mike. Oh my goodness. He was trying to first dump of the day. If you're on hold, stand by while we wait for the delay to re-engage. You know what? It's time. It's. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I wanted to talk, while we're waiting for the delay to re-engage, let's talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I've been telling you guys, go on my Instagram, Brian Craig Show on Instagram. Look at the most recent photograph of me, which is recent, like a week ago, and then go back 6, 7, 8 months. All right? I don't post to my Instagram very much. That's why I noticed this. And I put a new photo up there, and my old photos, I saw them, I was like, holy smokes. You know, I didn't realize how much weight I had to lose. I really did not. And because you see yourself every day, you gain weight so slowly when you see yourself in the mirror every morning when you're brushing your teeth. And well, I don't shave every day, but I brush my teeth a few times a day. You don't notice it. Man, had I gained a lot of weight, and I lost it all. And my results are typical. Without exercise, eating foods I would normally eat, without starving myself, and without prescription medications, pills, or injections, which have all kinds of weird side effects and everything. I would not be endorsing injections or medications like that for dieting at all. And there's none of that with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. And again, my results are typical. Give them a call. It's a no-charge consultation. And I'm down to the weight I was when my wife and I married each other 29 years ago. It'll be 29 years in December. But yeah. I'm at the weight I was when I was in my 20s. Isn't that great? And I feel great, too. Give them a call. And they can help you with your weight loss no matter where you're located in America. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. Call us on hold, stand by. The delay is re-engaged, and we'll be back with your calls after the break. Boy. These liberal guys, they've got a lot of issues, man. A lot of issues. There's a lot of anger with them. Yeah, a lot of anger. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys. Boy, oh boy. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm going to play a clip or two and then go back to the phones. Why do you think these liberal guys are so angry? And with the profanities, I mean, they just, the slightest challenge, and they just lose their minds, right? I know, it's crazy. They go from 0 to 60 real quick. Yeah, warp speed, yeah. That's why they live at home with their parents. They're non-functioning adults. They can't function in society. I know, it's very weird. It's more than snowflakes. They're just, I think, I've been talking about this a lot lately because it's because they don't communicate. They don't have any social skills because they do everything online. They don't interact with people, so they don't know how to interact with people. That's mainly what it is, I think. What else could it be? That's what it is. I mean, and I've noticed it's the Gen Zs worse than the millennials. They just have these liberal Gen Zers. They have no social skills. They're like people that have spent their life on a deserted island and are in society for the first time because everything is online. They haven't been a part of society and they don't even know how to talk to people. The language is insane. I mean, who talks like that? And the rage. It's a big problem. They need to spend. They need to be in the military, get some discipline. All right, we're back in about 30 seconds. If you're on hold, hang in there. All right, we're back. There's one opening on our board at 1-888-465-2631. I'm Brian, Steve Kane Show. So this is amazing. This is Governor Hochul in New York. Listen to this yesterday.
Eligible, but guess what? The judge decided to do something differently than what the prosecutors had asked for rightfully under the law. So I think the question I have is, come on, judges, you're doing your part here. I need the judges to step up. And I've been surprised at the number of judges who don't seem to know the law has changed. When I read commentary from them on why they did not hold someone on bail who common sense would have said should have been held, but also our laws say should have been held. And so I think there's also a lot of questions that I've had for a long time on how this is being applied, and much more needs to be done by the judiciary. But the president's misstating the story, used false narratives.
Okay, now she's trashing Trump there at the end, but Governor Hochul has done something no other Democrat's doing right now. She's calling on judges in New York to keep criminals in jail and not release them. Isn't that something? We haven't heard a Democrat do that in quite some time. Listen to this. This is Jamie Raskin yesterday. I almost didn't recognize Jamie Raskin because he didn't have the shower cap on. But this is Jamie. I know, Governor Hochul, the Democrat governor of New York, calling on judges to keep criminals in jail. So here's Jamie Raskin without his shower cap on CNN yesterday. Listen to this stupidity.
And the military is not supposed to be used for ordinary law enforcement purposes.
Well, they're not arresting people, Jamie Raskin.
D.C., he was talking about cleaning up the graffiti and, dealing with the blight of homelessness, which are obviously local, not federal issues. And he's trying to militarize our society, intimidate his political opponents. The whole idea of picking cities based on their partisan leadership is absurd. I mean,
well, he's not doing that, dummy.
Lots of Republican cities and towns struggling with crime. Everybody is across the country. Always, crime has always been part of our history, and yet crime is down.
Crime has always been a part of our history. What is he saying? Well, it's always been a part of our history, so let's not do anything about it? Is that what Jamie Raskin is suggesting? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Brian. Charles from Arizona. Good morning.
All right, Charles, what's on your mind?
It's just kind of funny how the Democrats like to call us the cultists, and they like to call Donald Trump an authoritarian. Have they not been paying attention to what the Democrats have been doing and all the information coming out about them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, look at this. Look at this Democrat Fed board member who, like Letitia James and Adam Schiff, is involved in some mortgage scam, but she's voting on how the entire American economy goes. Come on.
Yeah. And have you seen it's not Project Veritas, but James O'Keefe's investigation into the Federal Reserve?
I've not seen that.
I found out that there's a guy right underneath Powell who is saying that Powell absolutely wants to go down as somebody who resisted Trump. So he's intentionally not lowering the rates.
I can believe that. His term is almost up. He's got like maybe 4 or 5 months left of his term.
Oh man, that's a shame. It's going to be so long.
Well, President Trump's finding a replacement. He could still fire him, and he's just finding the right replacement. During that, he talked about it yesterday in the cabinet meeting.
Yeah, it's a shame that it hasn't been able to do. They haven't been able to do it already because those guys have been screwing us since
He can do it, but he want sadly he got some bad advice with this idiot Powell when he appointed him in his first term. So this he doesn't want to fire him and replace him with somebody else who's going to mess things up. So he's making sure he gets the right person. And this woman who he fired from the board, he's going to get a new chair and he's going to get a new board member appointment. Because she's being accused of federal mortgage crimes or something. You can't be on the board of the Fed if you're under investigation for some type of crime, especially a financial crime involving the banks.
Yeah. This brings me to another idea. I've been thinking about it. I really love the way our system is set up. It's not perfect, but it's the best Earth has ever seen.
Now I'm going to move on and agree. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Steve from Staten Island.
Hey, Steve. What's up?
Yeah. Well, I'm just listening to this. It's amazing. Here we have one of the best presidents we've ever had, making every state safe.
Yep.
And these people say are practically on the side of the killers, the murderers. It's just impossible to think that what's into their minds.
The Democrat, you ask a good question. The Democrat Party is a lot smaller today than it was a year ago. Yeah. So many people have gone to the MAGA movement, right? And who do they have left? Radical lunatics and racist, and apparently violent criminals is a new constituency that they're reaching out to. So they're trying to keep violent criminals in business doing crime, apparently.
Yeah, because when that lady gave her story, I was really moved because here she is being attacked, and Trump sees it, and he's showing it off to America, saying we can be safe, we can do that.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, that's thanks so much for your.
All right, take care. Appreciate the call. Yeah, appreciate the call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Once, twice.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, you just made it. I was just hanging up. Yeah.
My name's Dwight, calling in from Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what you have to say about Trump signing an executive order banning the right for us to burn the American flag.
I support that.
Sure. Why?
Well, the American, I did a whole show on this yesterday, which you should go and watch, but I'll tell you a couple things. One, you just can't go and burn the Supreme Court never said that you can go and burn the American flag anywhere you want. They never said that. That's a liberal urban legend. You're aware of that, correct?
No, tell me what the Supreme Court actually said.
Okay,
said in that decision.
so you cannot go and commit arson in the middle of a park or in public or in a place where you could endanger other people. They've said that you could burn the flag, but you have to be able to do it under certain situations where burning things is legal. Okay, the sidewalk in front of the White House is not a place where you can go out and commit arson. But you asked why I don't support burning the American flag, because the great American flag is a great symbol of our country. There are people who have literally died for that flag, and I find it offensive that people want to burn it. If you
you're triggered? Is that it? You find it offensive?
Yeah, sure, yeah. If you go to
no, excuse me, said that it's offensive to misgender a trans person, would you be okay with that because it offends us and we want to censor free speech?
Speech is not speech is not arson. If you're in a public place, they did. They didn't rule in favor of public arson. If you went to, as an example, if you went to the headquarters of the NAACP and you burned a Black Lives Matter flag, you would be arrested. And depending on where... excuse me, I'm not finished. And depending on what jurisdiction you were in, you could very well be charged with a hate crime. There have been people...
Liar.
No, this is all true stuff. There have been people...
Give me a source.
There have been listen, when you grow up and you have some life experience and follow the news and the issues, you'll know these things too. There have been people that have been... Excuse me, I'm speaking... There have been people who have been arrested because they put tire marks on a rainbow flag that was in the street and charged with hate crimes.
Yeah, they did that on purpose.
So what?
So I'm
if you're in favor of burning the American flag, you can't put tire marks on a rainbow flag on the street that's part of the road? All right, take care. Oh my goodness. A little conflict there. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling? No, not you. Oh, my goodness. Most liberal ideas are not well thought out, are they? Now, I want to talk about Tom Laporta and Laporta Roofing. It is rainy season. Let me tell you, at my house, it was raining so hard, and the winds were really rough yesterday, too. Now, I love a lot of people don't like rainy season. I love rainy season, hurricane season. I don't like hurricanes, okay, or tropical storms, but I like the heavy rains because... My trees and my bushes and my landscaping, all of my landscaping is native Florida, stuff. So it just survives on the rainwaters, and I love it because I could almost hear my hedges. We got a drink. They were sucking it up, the water yesterday, but the rains were hard. And if you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, even if it's the size of a coin, you've got a leak in your roof. And the leak in your roof is bigger than that coin-size wet spot on your ceiling. And the reason that is it takes a while for that water to get down to the ceiling. I learned this the hard way. Many years ago, before I knew Tom Laporta, I had a wet spot on my ceiling when I had the first hurricane season in the house I live in over 20 years ago. And I went up in the attic, and I have the insulation in the attic. There was a massive pool of water. I mean, a pretty big pool of water that was being held up by the insulation in my attic. And it was in it, so I had this little tiny wet spot, but I don't know. I could have had probably a few gallons of water up there. It was pretty scary. Yeah. So give Tom Laporta a call. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. And he's also not just a roofer, he's a general contractor, which under Florida law allows him to deal with your insurance company directly for the cost of the repair or the replacement of your roof, which speeds things up a lot. This number rings directly to Tom Laporta's cell phone, 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. That's 954-604-4602. And online, laportaroofing.com. Call us on hold, stand by. Back after this. We'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. All right. One minute, we'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. My name is Brian. Every line on our board is lit. But the big story of the day is President Trump got Cracker Barrel to completely cave and reverse their god-awful woke decision. Cracker Barrel not only reversed what they were doing, they released a public statement on X. President Trump posted on Truth Social yesterday that Cracker Barrel should go back to the old logo, apologize, and reverse this. They did it within 2 hours. And Cracker Barrel, they put out a press release. They admitted they made a mistake. They apologized to their customers and to the country for their mistake. Announced they're reversing everything, going back to the old logo. They're stopping the remodelings. And I've never seen a company do this before, ever. And I played this in the first hour of the show. I want to play this again. This is a really sad story that is going to be reversed now. This is a waitress at a Cracker Barrel. This is before the reversal. And she made a video and posted it online. And she was talking about how bad Cracker Barrel business has been since this woke story got out there because people were not going to Cracker Barrel. She's a waitress. She's in the Cracker Barrel kitchen. Listen.
Hey y'all, so as y'all can see, I work at Cracker Barrel as a waitress, and we're struggling. You see all these people? We all got here at 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Well, I got here at 4, and I've only had 3 tables tonight. Everybody has had like 2 or 3 tables max. I say at least like 9 tables their whole shift. Like tonight, I've only had 3 tables, and I've made $13 total. So, yeah, Cracker Barrel, what are we doing?
Yeah, 3 tables, $13 she made. So now it's okay to go to Cracker Barrel and leave some big tips, okay? Try to make up for the few days that these workers suffer from because of this woke idiot that's been running their company. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Johannes from Germany.
Oh, okay. Where in Germany?
Yeah, so...
Where in Germany are you? Where in Germany are you?
I'm in Dresden.
Dresden. What time is it there?
In Saxonia, Dresden.
What time is it?
Sorry, what?
You heard me.
Oh, it's 2 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Germany.
Yeah, so, first of all, I want to say a really big thank you to you and to President Donald Trump, because in the last 20 years, a European state was not thinkable, and now that America is finally burning, I'm so happy that we get the opportunity to make our own thing and finally decouple from American interest.
What?
Which is great.
Okay, now hold on a second here. Maybe something was lost in the translation because English not only is not your first language, common sense obviously isn't either.
I speak English very well. Don't
No, but you said something. You said something. Excuse me. You said something, and I'm just wondering if you messed up your English because it didn't make sense. You said America is. Excuse me. You said America is burning?
Yes.
Where is America burning?
Well, your currency is devaluing, your inflation is rising,
No.
job loss is on the horizon.
I asked you what time. I asked you what. Okay,
Stop talking when I'm talking.
Excuse me. I'm not going to let the grandchild of a Nazi talk to me like that. Oh my goodness. Grandson of a stormtrooper there. You can hear. We can imagine what it was like. You hear that? That's the real German attitude. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
All right, Chris from Pompano Beach. Good morning.
Yes, obviously Trump derangement syndrome is a global pandemic.
Well, you know, you and Steve hit it right on the head. In fact, I think you have more listeners than you know, because what's been happening in the last few days is, you know, there's been a lot of honesty and truth on YouTube. Even CNN, they said, listen, you guys going to have to admit that Trump is winning, going to have to jump on board and at least acknowledge some of the accomplishments. Because, again, all Americans are benefiting, all citizens. And so, you know, whether you join this community or you that whether it's abortion, and so you attach yourself to the Democrat Party, the bottom line is Trump is for everyone. You mentioned it earlier today. Mm-hmm. Even the cabinet meetings. I mean, we did not get any of that during Obama or Biden. I mean, come on. Progress, transparency, all that thing they talk about but don't do, and results. So this is absolutely amazing. And you had a caller earlier today that you walked him down and you enlightened him, but you asked him a specific question, same question I ask people. Why? You know, you don't like President Trump, and they can't even tell you, but the reality is they're told to not like him on all the other venues they listen to. So they're just told. But President Trump is so awesome. So, no, you're doing awesome. And I like I said, I think you have more listeners than you believe. Because
you don't think I know. You know, I got some information yesterday. I got the ratings for my podcast yesterday. which I was gonna share early, but I might share these with Steve later. But I got the ratings. There's a company that does ratings for podcast. My podcast, the Brian Craig Show podcast, which is on all podcast platforms and on on YouTube and all that stuff. The Brian Craig Show podcast ranks in the top 1.5% of all podcasts in the world, which means my podcast has more listeners than 98.5% of all other podcasts on the planet. And isn't that something? And my podcast, they say, is one of the most listened to podcasts on the planet, ranked higher than nearly every other podcast out there. Now, I'm not claiming that I'm outranking Joe Rogan, okay? I'm not insane. But my my podcast is one of them, it has millions of listeners every month, many millions. It's amazing to me. I got that news yesterday, and I was like, I was like shocked and numbed. It's amazing. It's scary when you have so many people listening sometimes.
Well, that's a good thing. I remember months back when you mentioned that I was climbing, but yes.
Well, I don't usually toot my own horn, but when I got that, I mean, gee whiz.
Well, hey, keep up the good work. I mean, we need it, and listen, every day more and more people are voicing their opinion for America. I mean, come on, great day to love America. So everybody jump on board and, stop trying to call up for anything else you can see negative. I mean, you notice how they still try and steer you in another direction. I can't talk about the fact that
I had a call early in the show. He was a young guy, and this call was so classic. Okay. This was not on the radio, okay? Because I start the online show before the radio show in the morning sometimes. So this was before, okay? And he called in and he was asking me, am I in support of punishing people who don't use the preferred pronouns? And I said, no. I mean, it's America. You can misgender people all day if you want. And we were going back and forth, and he dropped an F-bomb. And I said, why? And why'd you use the F word? And he says, well, it's a free country. I can say whatever I want. I said, well, wait a minute. You want to punish people who call a he a she or a she a he. It didn't even occur to him what he was saying.
Amazing.
I mean, it
absolutely
was
amazing. Sometimes in the same sentence.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane. So you guys could go back and rewind and hear that call. It was amazing. It was amazing. When I asked him about the F word, I knew where I was going. I wasn't expecting it so easy to do the shakedown on him, but but after I exposed that, he didn't know what he was. He didn't know where he was coming from. It was like he had a concussion after that.
Double standard, exactly, and they don't realize it.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And one of your calls mentioned it earlier. Say, hey. They want this from Republicans or conservatives, but they're doing the same thing 5 times over.
That's right.
So yeah, I mean, come on, grow up.
All right, Chris, I gotta run. Take care. We're gonna take our break for the top of the hour. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm Brian Craig. Steve will be joining us. Our number 888-465-2631. We'll take our break for the top and be back with more and Steve Kane after this. Hey. All right. Hold on. I'm going to put you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on one sec. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. You there?
I'm here.
Okay. Hold on. I'm just waiting to hear what time we're going to be back. Okay. We got about 90 seconds.
Sounds good. Laura.
Hold on. Everybody can hear you, Steve. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. All right. Okay, hold on, Steve, for a second. Okay, hold on. 30 seconds. All right, the third hour has begun. My name is Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Callers on hold, stand by. Steve Kane joining us. Hey, Steve.
Good morning. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing so well and wonderful. I mean, this is...
I heard the great news on your podcast.
That's right. I was in shock. I know a lot of people listen to my podcast. Okay, I'm not,
Congratulations.
But I didn't know that many. More people. I have more listeners than 98.5% of all other podcasts in the world. That's pretty crazy.
That's a lot of listeners.
Yeah. Well, you know why? I started the podcast over 10 years ago, and what had happened was I'd see all these people that we knew that were in radio, and they'd go off the air and start a podcast. And I said, things would have, and they all failed, right? Randy Rhoads, George passed away, but his podcast was a failure before he passed away. His show died long before him. And I said, the idea is to start a podcast while you're on the air, so you stay on the air with the podcast. So I started that over 10 years ago. And I'm just, it's amazed. Millions of listeners a month. That's crazy. I'm going to have to...
Shows you what perseverance can do.
That's right. Just an exciting day. Other than my... hold on, Steve. I got to answer. The phones are ringing off the hook. Other than my professional success... There was a great victory yesterday, and maybe you have an example. I was talking about the Cracker Barrel surrender, all right? And for those that are just tuning in, let me recap the Cracker Barrel story. Okay, you all know about the woke mess. And I went to Cracker Barrel, not to eat, but to check it out on Sunday to see how busy they were. And it was a ghost town, Steve. The front porch where they have all the rocking chairs, they were all empty except one. And the one rocking chair that had someone sitting in it was an employee on a break. And it was Sunday morning, 9:30 a.m. That's a busy time. And you didn't have to wait for a table. It was instant seating. I saw people going in, 5-6 people in a family, going right in, no waiting. And
that was before the Donald injected himself into the situation. That has always changed everything.
Well, President Trump, he put a post on Truth Social. Cracker Barrel should reverse everything, apologize, and change the logo back. Within 2 hours, they did it. And here's what Cracker Barrel did. They put out a release on X, right? They reversed their decision. They're going back to the old logo, and they're stopping the remodelings, okay? They're going to keep... And the ones they remodeled, they'll probably be nailing up garage junk on the walls soon, right? They apologized. They admitted that they reversed what
they followed Don's advice.
Well, listen to what they did, because I got a question about this that I'm going to ask you in the audience, okay? Okay, they put out a release within 2 hours of President Trump's post to Truth Social, announcing they're reversing everything and changing the logo back. They admitted they made a mistake. They apologized to their customers. They apologized to the country and asked everyone to please come to the restaurants. I cannot think, Steve, of a single instance in my entire life where a liberal company or organization has admitted a mistake, reversed, and apologized after they did something liberal and stupid. I can't think of one. Can you? This is a first.
Well, it is a first, but then again, how many have had been in that circumstance?
The NFL taking a knee during the national anthem. They still do that. They just don't show it on TV anymore. Right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, but it shows you that Donald Trump's PR machine is outgunned
Yeah.
Anything that's come before it.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you've got to...
How many people do you think are listening to when he does these press conferences in the morning? How many people do you think are tuning in and listening and are moved by what he says in that circumstance?
Yeah. So I'm going to go to Cracker Barrel in the next few days and have lunch or something. Maybe breakfast over the weekend. I don't know. And everyone should.
Absolutely.
And tip them big. Tip them big. Okay? Because they missed out on a few days of tips. I mean, it's really miraculous what President Trump did. Which he didn't even talk about. He just posted on Truth.
I've been trying to chase down a story all morning and I've been very unsuccessful. Maybe you have seen it. You know me in AI, the new technology. Did you read a story floating around this morning that there is a couple of parents that are suing, I guess, the AI manufacturing, whatever it is, because their son used AI to kill himself, committed suicide?
I saw something about, I don't know the details of it, but I did see the story. I saw this story, but I didn't read it. It was too tragic. I can look it up and see what happened.
Well, I'd love to, if anybody out there has heard that story, I'd love to get the details on it because it's every nightmare I've always had about AI.
AI should be outlawed.
And I think I think we're in big trouble with it, and nobody's really saying it.
No, AI is terrible. It's terrible. And the things that it can do, Steve, are scary. I mean, yeah.
That's the problem. They keep trying to cast it, obviously, which is nothing wrong with that. They're trying to cast it as a product in a favorable light to them, but in the hands of the miscreants that a lot of them call our show, I'm not sure that it's as benign as they would like to imply it is.
It's not.
And this kid killed himself.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's take some calls, and you guys are welcome to call in about anything we brought up so far. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Once, twice. All right. I hear them breathing, but they're out. Okay. That's the way it is. If you're on hold, hang in there. Hang in there. Our number, 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call. Hold on. I got to put... the phones are just ringing off the hook. All right. If you're on hold... Okay, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Once, twice. All right. You're out. Okay. Let's try another one. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian, Steve. First time calling. My name is Bill from Boca.
Hey, Bill. What's up?
Hey, Bill.
I read part of that story this morning about the AI and the suicide, and what it was, the AI told the kid how to make the noose and then complimented him on how well he did making the noose.
Well, you know, what happens with... That's crazy. What happens with AI... You know, this is something that's never happened before. What the AI is, AI does a lot of things, but what it is a it's a very big and very fast internet search engine, like Google, but it searches everything everywhere on the internet faster than you can search. So he could have gone on there and asked it how to tie certain types of knots and everything, and that's how it came up. You know, like if you went on
exactly.
and you know, so
we get a new piece of information. He hung himself? Is that what you're saying?
He hung himself, and they told him how to, AI told him how to construct a noose, and then complimented what a great job he did on making it.
Yeah, so while you couldn't ask it to help you do that directly, you could ask it on how to tie certain knots, probably. There's, you know, the way things, by the way, thanks for the call. You know, the way these things work.
This is frightening crap.
Well, you can look that up on the internet for years. It's just the first time it's been done this way. You know what I mean? You know, everything's on the internet.
But it opens the door. I mean, you see why the potential danger of this thing.
I'm sure they're going to correct it if they have not already.
How would you correct something like that?
The company that owns the AI can set it up so it won't give answers to questions like that. That's how it works. So it won't be able to answer such questions. They have all kinds of restrictions on it already. That's just a new one that came up. I'm not saying it's good, but that's just a new one that came up that they haven't had to deal with yet. We got to take our break, and we're going to have Attorney Barry Siegel on. But I just wanted to tell people real quick, Steve, we talk about how Lighthouse Medical can rid you of your neuropathy like they did you 3 years ago. You went in for the treatment at Lighthouse Medical, and you've been 3 years without neuropathy now. That's amazing. Isn't that something? I mean, it's amazing. But a lot of people have neuropathy and don't know it. And I wanted to go through the symptoms. And if you or a loved one have these symptoms, take advantage of the no-charge consultation, if you mention the Steve Kane Show at Lighthouse Medical, and find out if you or your family member have neuropathy. Okay? Numbness. So let me know if I leave any out, Steve, okay? Because I got a list of symptoms here, but I think I wrote these down when you were suffering, okay? Numbness, pain, burning, tingling in the hands and feet, muscle weakness, dizziness, loss of balance, falling down, the feeling of pins and needles in the hands and feet, no feeling at all. Those are the main symptoms, right? I guess I lost Steve. I'm going to put Steve on hold. Okay, I'll get Steve during the break. But if you have any of those symptoms, you may have neuropathy. So not only can Lighthouse Medical treat your neuropathy, they can also examine you and find out if you have it. So if you have any of those symptoms, you also give them a call. It's a no-charge consultation. If you mention you heard about them on the Steve Kane Show, 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. And online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. We'll be right back. Steve, are you there?
I'm here.
I went to you on the air during the spot, and I lost you. You weren't there? Okay, I'm going to put you on hold. I got to call Barry. Hold on. Hey, Barry, it's Brian. Hey there, hold on. All right, Steve? We got
yes, I'm here.
1 minute. 1 minute, we'll be back. Okay, I'm going to conference Barry in. Barry, we got about 30 seconds.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right, and it's time to check in with Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Attorney Barry Siegel, good morning.
Brian, good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing well. What's on the agenda today?
On the agenda is the question that how many of you would like to have the courts involved in your estate plan? How many of us enjoy going to court? For those listeners who have a Juris Doctor degree and are practicing law and they're getting paid to go to court, then, I'm sure they enjoy it and they're getting paid. But other than that, the experience of going to court, I haven't really talked to anybody who likes going as a party. For example, a traffic ticket, or a divorce or some kind of a civil dispute. Any of those things, those can be very, very distressing, stressful, and it's expensive, it's time-consuming. Anything that goes to court is public record, and it takes a lot of time. And it's the same thing with your estate. If you don't set things properly to a court, and specifically I'm talking about two things, of course, probate and guardianship. your family can end up having to deal with this, having to hire lawyers and spend a whole bunch of money on that, court costs and other costs involved, spend a whole bunch of time. So the assets, let's say, for example, the assets, when it goes through probate, can take anywhere from, I'd say, 9 months to 2 years to get to your beneficiaries. Whereas if you have a trust, the assets can go to your beneficiaries very quickly with minimal to no cost. It's a private process, not public, and your family's not going to have the stress of going through this process. Same thing with guardianship. If you lose your capacity during your lifetime and you don't have things set up properly, your family will have to go to court, spend all the money, time, aggravation, have a public process, and you don't even have been chosen to handle your financial affairs during your incapacity that you would have wanted. So you can avoid going to court and having your family go to court for, in your estate plan by setting it up properly, or you can go to court if you don't set things up properly.
So how's
your
it?
Choice.
Let me ask you just real quick, Barry, because I'm curious. If someone doesn't have things set up, their estate goes through probate. Who decides who gets all your stuff, all your assets? How does that work?
Well, it's going to be one of a few things. First of all, you could have a trust and maybe it's not even funded, so it's still going through probate. 2, you may have a will. Or number 3, you have nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. If you have a trust or will, it's going to say who's getting your stuff.
Yeah.
It's in there. You name beneficiaries. So the court's not deciding who gets it.
If you have a will.
Going through. If you have a will or a trust. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to pay the lawyers.
If you don't have any of those things in place, then it's really the state that decides. When I say the state, there's a statute. The statute in Florida is going to have an order of who gets your stuff if you don't have it written in a will or a trust.
Wow.
So typically, for example, if you're married, it goes to the spouse. If you're not married but you have children, it would go to your lineal descendants, like your children and then grandchildren and so on. If you're not married and you don't have children or grandchildren, then it goes to your lineal ascendants, like your parents, if they're still around. And if not to your parents, then to your parents' children, which means your siblings. And then after that, to your siblings' children, like your nephews and nieces.
And the court doesn't know who's got a substance abuse problem, who's got a gambling problem, who's got a spending problem, who's on the verge of divorce. I mean, people could end up with windfall cash that shouldn't have windfall cash coming in. It sounds dangerous, actually, to not plan.
And a lot of people are really concerned when they hear that it could end up being their brother or sister. Obviously a lot of people have sibling rivalries or issues with their siblings, and the last person they want to receive everything is their sibling, and all they have to do is set up a proper estate plan and it will go where they want it to go. Even if you don't have a spouse or children or whatever, you could leave it to a friend or to a charity or whatever. You want to make sure it goes where you want it to go and it doesn't go where you don't want it to go.
Call the Siegel Law Group. Make sure you mention you heard about them here so you can take advantage of that no charge in office consultation. 855-FLA-3782. 855-FLA-3782. And online, SiegelLawGroup.com. All right, Attorney Barry Siegel. We'll talk later in the week.
All right, thanks, Brian.
Take care. All right, we're back. If you're on hold, hang in there, everyone. Steve Kane, you back with us? Steve?
Yes.
All right, we got to see. All right, let me go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Florence, and I'm calling from New York.
Hey.
Hey, Flo.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Brian.
Hey.
Great to talk to you both. I wanted to comment. I think that once again, Trump is playing chess incredibly.
Yes.
All the liberals are talking about how crime is down. Crime is down in Washington. Why is he coming to Illinois? But crime is down because of what he did with the borders. It's his policies.
Exactly.
And no one seems to be taking the opportunity to toot his horns. Once again, Trump is forcing them into a corner and exposing the fact that they really don't care about the American public or the world.
Well,
I
Florence.
felt sorry for that guy Pritzker yesterday.
Oh, please. Pritzker. Hey, Pritzker,
he's not a very sympathetic character, but boy, he got filleted by the Donald.
I asked this question earlier. I'll ask you, Florence, and maybe you, Steve. You can answer too. They had the first murder in Washington, D.C. in 12 days, which is the longest period in recorded history without a murder. But they had one, they were averaging a murder every other day. They had one yesterday, the first one in 12 days. When the Never-Trumpers and the Democrats heard that a man had lost his life due to a gunshot in D.C. yesterday, do you think they were saddened at the loss of life, that a husband, a father, a son lost their life? Or do you think they were high-fiving? Oh, Trump's failed. There was a murder.
Probably relieved.
Yeah, I mean, what does that tell you about the Democrats?
It's exactly my point. It's just, and I love how
they're a bunch of psychopaths.
Yes, exactly.
Actions speak louder than words. A lot of, I'm in New York, and a lot of times everybody's like, oh, I don't like Trump. And it's like, well, what don't you like about him? It's like, oh, well, it's the way he speaks. Well, let's pay attention to his actions, and let's give him credit, because like he's pushed these liberals to have to admit that crime is down, but they won't say why. It's not because of their actions.
Yeah.
It's because of his actions.
And you're in New York. You in New York City or state?
I'm in the Mid-Hudson Valley.
Oh, okay.
I'm upstate.
Okay. You have a lot of listeners in New York City. I'm sure you've seen the video of Zohan almost collapsing doing that bench press of the 130 pounds.
Actually, I missed that. I think I saw.
Okay.
I think I saw a little.
Now I don't do any bench pressing. I don't know what I could bench press or not. I don't know. But I know this: if I'm running for mayor and I've got a press pool with me and I'm going to be on TV, I would find out before I did it, and I would make sure that it was a weight, the heaviest weight I could comfortably bench press and not look like a pansy on television. That incident alone, that's like Dukakis in the tank kind of thing. That shows how stupid and incompetent Zohan is.
But do you realize how many times a day, with his promotional machine that he's got over there, do you realize how many times a day he gets these major, I don't know what to call them other than exercises in public relations. Like yesterday, he got one out of the Tay-Tay announcement. They interrupted him in the middle of a cabinet meeting to tell him about the engagement. And they turned that into a plug that millions of probably teeny boppers watched, and pre-voting age and
you're talking about Taylor Swift?
Age.
Oh yeah, Taylor Swift. I didn't know the name.
Shocking.
Yeah. All right, take care. Appreciate the call. I appreciate the call. All right, our number is 888-465-2631. 888.
Cabinet meeting.
What's that?
Did you see that in his cabinet meeting?
I watched every second of that cabinet meeting yesterday. It went on for hours.
So you saw the great when. By the way, you don't know who Tay-Tay is?
I don't know Tay-Tay, but you're talking about Taylor Swift and her boyfriend.
Yes, well, that's her nickname,
Travis.
Tay-Tay. I know that because I have a daughter.
Do I have to dump that? Are you allowed to say? I don't know. Yeah.
But anyway, he never misses an opportunity to pick up voters.
That's true. I agree with that. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, this is Mark Kelly, Brian Craig. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay, Mark. Are you the former police commissioner of New York City?
Well, I am actually here to choose a topic to debate, and I'm going to let you choose that topic, sir. Let's debate something on Donald Trump.
I thought you called our show, not us yours, but okay, let's go. Let's see. We'll do a test run.
What do you want to debate? What do you want to debate about Donald Trump, sir?
Why don't you just tell us why you don't like him, and then we'll talk. I'm not going to pitch stories to you.
I'll tell you what. I can tell you why I don't like him, because he's never run a successful business in his whole life. There are actually adult women right now who are talking about Donald Trump raped them at Mar-a-Lago. He took girls from Mar-a-Lago. Wait a minute. He took girls from Mar-a-Lago over to Epstein Islands. It all happened.
Nope.
That's why
none of that happened.
No, that's why
doesn't work.
That is why they
doesn't
won't
work.
release
You're making it up as you go along.
Freedom of Information Act.
All right, sir. What did you say your name was?
Oh yes,
Mark. His name's Mark.
Mark in the dark.
Yes.
Mark, aren't you embarrassed now that you called up with this BS story? And
what about the Freedom of Information
Nobody believes it. Nobody believes it except your fellow creatures of the derangement.
See, this guy, what he's
Trump
doing,
derangement system.
what this Mark character's doing is, excuse, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
We're giving you all the time you deserve.
No, listen, we're up against a break, Mark. But what Mark is doing, Steve, he's doing the Goebbels thing. The repeat a lie often enough, people will believe it. You know, the idea to say that Donald Trump, excuse me, to say. Now we got to run for a break.
Brian, cut the guy a break. He's a Democrat. He sees his world dissolving around him.
Yes.
He knows that Trump's got his number. He knows he's got no party left, and he's in shock.
That's
so cut
true.
him a break.
Okay. All right. Goodbye. Thanks for the call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian from Deerfield.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Brian, how are you this morning?
I'm very good today, and congratulations, Brian, on those spectacular podcast numbers.
I almost didn't bring them up on the air, but I just, I couldn't contain my excitement.
I'm glad you did because, between doing a radio show and a podcast, that's a lot of hours in a day processing information. And you got to really work hard to do that.
You have no idea.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now, yeah, I know I don't, but it's a long day doing it. Now, I'm assuming that this Cracker Barrel innovator is no longer employed by Cracker Barrel.
She's still there. And this decision, the board of directors overruled that woke nutcase, and she's flipping out right now. She'll end up departing at some point with a golden parachute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
when Donald Trump goes on national radio or television or whatever and announces the solution to your business's problems, it makes it kind of easy for you.
Now, the CEO did not make this decision. This was made by the board. They overruled the CEO.
The board.
Yeah.
I think they need to take another look at the board because this is the most ridiculous move I think I've seen a corporation do in a year, outside of Target and that. Now, we have a president now who can do more with a text, a post, or a telephone call than any president we've ever had in history.
That's right.
He can influence everything, tremendous leverage. It is incredible to watch. I think he can do more with a text and a phone call than almost with the military.
And here's the Van Jones in the first campaign said something that was so right on the money. And this was during the first campaign, okay, before Trump won the first time. And Trump was doing everything on Twitter back then. And he retweeted me a couple of times, the president, in that campaign, which was so awesome. My Twitter blew up. But he, what Van Jones said was this. He says, President Trump knows how to use social media like President Kennedy understood how to use television. And, Kennedy wasn't the first president on television, but he mastered it. And nobody else can do with social media and politics what President Trump has done. It's amazing. And that Cracker Barrel thing was on Truth Social, not X, which is the lesser viewed of all the social medias.
Wow, I didn't know that. I thought it was on X. Okay.
No.
Okay. He can affect these corporations. He can affect countries. It is amazing to watch. Now, last question. Can we now say that we can put an exclamation point behind the sentence, woke is dead in the United States?
Oh, yeah.
This makes him look so, and I like Cracker Barrel, but what a stupid move that was. You had a brand that everybody loved, became part of the culture, and then you want to wreck it.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think what happened was this. Okay, I think the woke CEO did some things without the board knowing because the board reversed too quick. And I think she sold it as just updating some of the locations that haven't been updated in a while, and didn't tell them what she was going to do, and just did it. And that's what I think happened. Bud Light. The mistake with Bud Light was made by their social media marketing director. Hired that weirdo. It wasn't, okay. Yeah.
There's another one that didn't work,
And they've only remodeled. They remodeled a couple of restaurants locations. One in Orlando, and I forgot where the other one is because I was looking for them because I wanted to go visit one and make a YouTube video, but there's none down here that have been fixed. But they've stopped all of that.
Okay.
And they're going to change the signs back on the ones that they switched back to the original.
Well, I give them one credit for one thing. At least they saw what was going on. It was a disaster, and they cut their losses and got back to business.
The woke CEO said the other day that she didn't want MAGA people to eat there. You know, the thing about liberal, I'm not kidding. It was all over X. The thing about liberals is they don't care if they go out of business. As you know, it's the principle. And I promise you, she has been up all night and she's flipping out. She's flipping out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She's completely hysterical, like these idiots that we talk to on the phone.
Absolutely. This Cracker Barrel thing was a fiasco, a boondoggle, whatever you want to call it, but it definitely was not going to work, that strategy. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad it came to a crash with President Trump kind of giving it a little nudge, in social media.
Well, your phone's ringing, so you got to answer the call.
Yes,
so
it is.
Take care. Appreciate the call. Oh, let me tell people about the Sloman's doorbell camera. Now, you can get a doorbell camera for free from Sloman's with the installation of your Sloman Shield, and it's a great addition to your home security system. It's part of mine. It's part of the security system at the radio station as well, and the doorbell camera is amazing. But people don't break into your house every day. But what I do have is DoorDash, Instacart, and that kind of stuff, Amazon deliveries, the UPS guy. And when they pull up in front of the house, I got a notification. I know they're there before I do. And I also get a notification when there's a door-to-door salesman coming, and I know not to answer the door. So get a free doorbell camera. It will change your life. You don't want to answer the door for people you don't know. Okay, and no matter where you are, you can see who's at your door. No matter where, like when we're on our cruise, I can see, we're in Aruba. I get a notification I'm in Aruba, and I say, oh look, there's UPS coming. Also, Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. You get an LED touchscreen, a motion detector, 10 contacts for the doors and windows, a lifetime warranty, a backup battery, plus you'll get a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman Shield. Give them a call no matter where you're located, toll free, 833-283-5050, 833-283-5050, 833-283-5050. We'll be right back. All right, Steve, you there? Steve? Hey, hold on. All right, Steve, you there?
Okay, I can hear you faintly.
Hold on. All right, we're coming back in 10 seconds.
Okay.
All right, we're back. I'm Brian. Steve Kane's here. I got to apologize to the audience. I took the last couple breaks late, so we're kind of in a traffic jam. So I have a short segment, and then the last segment will be a full segment. So it's my fault and my apologies, okay? All right, let's go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, it's Renee from Harlem.
Oh, hey, Renee.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to the White Power Hour Redneck Radio and let you guys know that info that you guys meant earlier about the guy getting information from AI to kill himself. If he had been using guns, you'd be defending that AI.
No, we wouldn't. This is stupid. I mean, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian. Good morning, Steve. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie, how are you this morning? Gee, I feel bad that we hung up on the last caller, but maybe we'll get it in again.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rich.
Well, yeah. Here's the deal that I'm thinking of. Probably most of your audience is MAGA. I'm MAGA. Brian's MAGA, okay? But the elephant in the room, and I'm surprised. I really listened to the whole show today thinking that Brian would bring this up because he's always saying any decision President Trump makes, he's 100% behind him.
The Chinese students, right?
That's exactly right. Why have you avoided that? In
other
words,
it's not. I'm going to answer your question. Not only have I not avoided it, I've been waiting for a caller to bring it up.
Well, here's your chance.
Okay. So ask your question, make your whatever comments, and I'll answer.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not going to say that I'm against what he's done because I don't really know the deep down decisions that he's going to make on this thing. But I cannot understand, and I'm saying I don't understand, not that I'm against. I don't understand that he could double the amount of Chinese students coming in from communist China, 600,000.
Yeah, that's a head scratcher.
Okay? That's exactly what I'm saying.
Brian, Richie brings that up before we move on. I wanted to ask you, has he given a reason for that? Because I don't understand that either.
It's easy to.
He gave a reason.
Okay, go ahead.
He gave a reason. His reason was, I get along with Xi now. I mean, we're close, and we're getting along with China.
So
that was his reason.
okay.
That was it. That's not a very good.
No,
reason.
it's an excellent reason. It's an excellent reason, and I'll tell you.
Oh my God. Okay.
What are you talking about? I've been waiting all morning. I am surprised that it took this long for someone to bring it up. Obviously.
Well, let me say something.
Well, you want the answer? You want the answer?
I do, but I just want to.
Let him answer.
More things in.
Richie, let him answer.
Obviously, President Trump has made a deal with China on something, and whatever Trump got from China is bigger and more important than these students. He made a deal for something.
So big we don't know what it is.
We may never know what the deal is. We may never know.
Oh, Steve. Okay.
How many? What's the number on that, Richie?
Is it 800,000?
600,000.
600. Okay.
600,000.
Yeah, he's obviously made a deal.
Much as we have.
Yeah.
Well, let me finish this.
And those are 600,000 openings that Americans are not going to be able to take.
Yeah, but not just that, Steve. What President Trump has ran on in the past, he said that I want to educate people in our colleges, and then I want to keep them here because why educate them and let them go back to their countries? So now we're going to have 600,000 little commies. And we know what China's doing.
I already did.
Calm down. Let him.
I already did.
You got your chance to
I already did.
Question. Let Brian explain it.
I've already did. I said, obviously, President Trump has made a deal with China where he got something bigger than this.
That is so weak. That is so
Well, why else would Trump do it? Why else would Trump do it?
That's where I'm scratching my head. I mean, listen to me. They let in the Chinese spy balloon.
You can keep repeating the same thing over and over. I mean, you either trust Trump or you don't. You either trust.
In all these people.
Why else would President Trump do something? Hold on, Richie. What else? Why else would Trump do something like that?
I don't think. Why didn't he tell us? Why wouldn't he? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm kind of confused. This is like against MAGA.
No, it's not.
And to me, this is terrible.
Well,
no, it's not.
You're overlooking the obvious. Maybe it was a mistake.
No, it was too.
Yeah,
no.
Brian will never admit it. Brian will. Yeah, I'm going to tell you something. Hitler. And I'm going to bring up Hitler because I'm not going to compare Trump with Hitler. That's stupid.
As you're doing that,
you cannot blindly follow. You cannot blindly follow somebody without even questioning them.
I'm not blindly following. I'm not blindly following. I just trust. I trust in Trump.
You're not?
I trust in Trump. I trust him.
That's blindly following, my friend. That is blindly following.
You know Trump, okay? He always puts America and the American people first. He wouldn't do something like that without a good reason.
Well, what Richie knows is you don't seem to recognize that Trump is human. And if you're human, what do they say? To err is human.
This isn't the thing you just make a mistake about. This is a very conscious decision.
I'll tell you what I believe, Steve. If you want to,
I'd like to hear it.
I believe that he knows that if he doesn't do this, a lot of these colleges are going to fold up, and he wants to save the colleges in this country. No, you don't think that's the reason?
Nope.
Why would he give Harvard all? Why would he give Harvard all this money?
He's got to go. I'm sure. Listen, I got behind on the breaks. We're going to take this one on time, but I'm surprised it took so long for someone to bring it up. I'm going to put you and everyone on hold, and we'll be back with the Gold Report. Hey there. Come on. Steve?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, hold on. I'm going to conference William in a minute. Okay. We got 1 minute. Okay. All right, I'm going to conference William in, so hold on. All right, William, we have about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. Steve Kane is here, and it's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how are the metals looking today?
The metals looking good after yesterday's nice gains especially on gold. Gold trading in a range yesterday at $33.51 on the low, all the way up to $3,394 on the high, and closing near the highs yesterday, up $27.40 at $33.92.40, $3,392.40 the ounce, and that's right at the top of the trading range that we've seen. Silver up 6 cents at $38.56 the ounce. Platinum gained $8, closing out the day at $1,349. and palladium was up $7 at $1,102. Overnight, we saw gold trade in a range of $33.73 on the low, all the way up to $3,395. But right now we're at $3,380 the ounce. That's down $12.40 after yesterday's nice gains. Silver down 31 cents at $38.25 the ounce. Platinum down $7 at $1,342. And palladium down $12 at $1,090. So a little bit of a pullback, but certainly $7 off the low already for gold. And we could see that loss be eliminated really quick here today, as we've seen it in the past. So take advantage of the dips. They don't last for very long.
And gold at these numbers, $7 is peanuts. I mean, now let me ask you. You know, silver over 30 is $40 and $50 silver realistic?
Oh yes, definitely. Silver's old-time highs were around $50, so we haven't even regained those old-time highs. So silver's still way undervalued, and certainly pushing towards that $40 mark. And then once we break through 40, I think it's upward towards that $50 number.
Oh, you hear that, Steve? That's exciting stuff. I mean, we'll have a big part. When we hit 40, we got to go out and have a couple of beers, Steve. Listen.
Absolutely. Music to my ears.
Exactly. Give William Youngerman a call. Oh, how's the 90% silver looking, William Youngerman?
Still at a bargain level. You can buy 90% silver for just the melt value. So no premium on that. So
I love that stuff. I love 90% silver. All right. Listen, William Youngerman opens up at 10 a.m. His number is 1-800-327-5010. 1-800-327-5010. You can stop in at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca on the first floor of the Bank of America building immediately east of US 1 Federal Highway. And you can find both his phone number and address on his website, williamyoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, have a great day.
All right,
Thanks.
take care. You know, Steve, that 90% silver, you had it more than me, but it's the old coins we used to have in our pockets that are 90% silver.
That's right.
You know, and you know what's a cool thing about 90% silver is obviously it's really cheap. You get like the price. You can buy it in bags. You know, they do it by weight, so you can get it's like a money bag, but it's silver. It's a cool thing, you know. All right, let's go back to the phones. I've noticed, been taking great calls all day. I don't think we've talked to one liberal who wasn't at some point of mental distress and breakdown. Every liberal has been in a different state of mental hysterics on the phones today. We haven't heard from one coherent liberal. From the babbling propagandist to the one guy who admitted to me that his problem with Trump is it reminds him of his parents, and it's just been a strange day. All right, let's see though. Let's see what we got. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. I'm Matt Woods in Lake Worth, Florida.
Hey, Lake Worth.
I wanted to comment on the Chinese kids. My daughter used to have a job at Kaiser University. I'm talking about 15 years ago.
Yep.
And her job was to take these Chinese kids out and show them the American way. They'd go to the movies, they'd go bowling, they went to the mall, and they would give them American names like Susie and Billy, which was kind of comical. But the idea was these kids were learning the American way, and my thoughts are possibly that having more students come to the country, that maybe they might just fall in love with our country and be.
So wait a minute. So the Chinese students would come here and they'd get set up on dates with girls? Oh my goodness.
Boy. No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. You said they go out to the movies, they show a good time. It sounded like dates.
My daughter would take them as a group.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they would go to these places. I think there was.
But you know what though? If the ones that I could be wrong, but the Chinese that come here, they don't live like in poverty over there. They live a nice lifestyle in China, don't they? I know China's got a lot of problems.
These are all wealthy. Yeah, these were all wealthy kids, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I don't know if that helps them or not, but I've known a lot of Chinese people in my life. And I'll tell you this, the smartest people I've ever known in my life are Chinese people. I mean, real Chinese from China, not, I remember when I was in elementary school, there was a girl that I remember her name, Po Manchu was her name, Po Manchu. she's either on the ruling council of the CCP or she's in Silicon Valley. She was doing long division when the rest of us were, trying to learn to add and subtract, and the Chinese people I've known in this country, I've never known a college-educated Chinese person who wasn't incredibly financially successful and brilliant. Most.
Well, they're sending us only their best.
So maybe we'll be able to keep some of them. Maybe we'll be able to keep some of them and hire, but then again, the risk with that is just because they stay here and get a job at an American company doesn't mean they're still not CCP and are spying on us by running some tech company or some oil company.
Well, look, let's face it, there's a lot of paranoia about China around now.
Well, look at you with the Russians.
It may be justified and it may not be.
Yeah.
But why take
it was
the
interesting,
chance?
Trump's got a reason.
But, 15 years ago, they were here learning our way, and that was my daughter's job as a, take them on field trips.
Oh, take them on field as a group. That sounds pretty cool. All right, hey, listen, appreciate the call. Take care. Yeah, it sounds interesting. I'm sure President Trump had a very good reason. If you're on hold, stand by. What's that governor in Illinois' name, Steve? Pritzker. Got to say his name slowly so we don't have to dump it. What Pritzker needs is coastal weight loss secret. Because, President Trump keeps pointing this out. He's trying to lose weight, and he's obviously been very unsuccessful at it. And he's trying to lose weight because he wants to run for president. A coastal weight loss secret, even Pritzker could lose weight without exercise, without starving himself, without taking prescription medications or injections. I hear people taking shots all the time to lose weight. Ugh, forget about that. Plus, whatever medication you're on has side effects. Who wants that? Go see Coastal Weight Loss Secret. It's a no-charge consultation. You guys have seen my incredible weight loss. And you go to my Instagram, Brian Craig Show on Instagram. Look at my most recent photo and then go back 6, 7, 8 months. I don't post on Instagram too much. You'll see a whole transformation. I was thinking about deleting my old pictures because I don't look like I want to look in those pictures, but they're a great before and after on my Instagram. Give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call. And remember, they can help you no matter where you're located in the United States. And my results are typical, very typical. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. All right, back to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Steve and Brian. It's JJ from Mass.
Hey, JJ.
Speak up, JJ. Nice and loud.
You got it, Steve. You got it, buddy. I just want to talk briefly about that cabinet meeting yesterday. It was sort of like the golden age of cinema. I mean, I'm watching it. I mean, I kept waiting for the intermission because about 2 hours in, I'm like, wow. I paused it. It
was spectacular.
I was wondering I said to my wife. I says, "Who's running the country? Everybody's there."
Yeah. Everybody's got to go to the lobby, to get the treat. You remember that little jingle that would pop up in the movie? I remember that.
But you know what I noticed about the cabinet? You know what no one does? No one drinks the water in front of them because they don't want to have to get up to pee. Because they never know when it's going to end.
What the best part of it is for me, as I watched yesterday, is a good example. Yesterday, Donald was at his best, but it shows you how pathetic. It juxtaposes the pro-Trump people again with the anti-Trump people.
Yeah.
And they kept intercutting with the Democratic, what was it, summer camp thing that they were doing, a festival, the Democrats, and they looked like such jerks in comparison to the pro-Trump people. It was pathetic. I mean, absolutely pathetic. And
like
we were coming off as patriotic, and we loved our country, and everything was under control.
I played it earlier. I played that clip earlier of the reporter from NTT that was pistol whipped in front of the White House. I mean, what a dramatic story! And the press were so pissed at her for telling that story. You could feel it in the room.
Oh yes,
and it was
a great contrast.
The people in the cabinet. I mean, it's like the boardroom of all. It was a cabinet meeting, but it was professional. It was so much information that came out of it, but there was also, I mean, some of the humor. I mean, Rubio, when he said, 4 jobs, talking about the labor secretary, it was just, they were all competent, they were all relaxed. I mean, one guy sounded a little bit, there was a little bit of nervous, but very little. But it was just so, it was
well, what the way it works, the way the cabinet meetings work is this. Right. First off, we've never seen cabinet meetings before this term. No one's ever seen them before. But
not 3 hours long. We haven't.
We've never seen them. The other presidents, they just take photographs or videos of them sitting at the table. We've never seen a cabinet meeting before Trump's second term take place. These are and what they do. He goes around the table. Each secretary reports to the president what they've done, what they're working on, and what they're going to do, one by one. And
it was phenomenal.
The one that I'm most interested in was Bobby Kennedy. He says they found out the major cause of autism in this country, and we're going to find out next month. They're going to release it. I'm dying to know what that is.
Yeah, that was one of the most informative. I don't think the people that watch that, I don't think Americans have ever been more informed than after those 3 hours. That was like, and Trump making, just the comedy, the levity of it, but the seriousness, the competence. We're talking about the guys holding the boom, holding the mics on the boomsticks. How you must be, you must be a good fisher. You must be good
fisherman, yeah.
Just the fisherman, yeah. It was just. So you had a little bit of levity, but so much information.
But now there have been 2 members of the White House press corps that have been robbed at gunpoint. The girl from NTD yesterday who was pistol whipped, and Brian Glenn, who's with Real America's Voice, Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend. He was mugged at gunpoint in front of the White House. So we've heard from 2 White House press corps members who have been robbed at gunpoint in D.C. They both happen to be from conservative outlets. You mean to tell me none of these other people have? And President Trump pointed out that when they leave the White House, they have security details that escort them back to their networks and stuff. It's been so dangerous. And he says, you've been covering it up. You should be ashamed of yourselves, he told them.
Yeah, they're their own. They could tell their own story and make news, but they, like Trump. I think Trump said they'd get fired for telling the truth. Imagine that.
Yeah. Listen, we're running out of time, but I appreciate the call. Okay. All right. Take care. All right. The rest of you on hold, stand by. We're approaching the end of the show. It is Wednesday already. The big story today in the news is going to be the caving of Cracker Barrel. So, I mean, I'm going to go eat at Cracker Barrel. My wife and I get takeout from Cracker Barrel, Steve, so you don't have to go in if you don't have time. Do a DoorDash or do a pickup because the food's good. And I'll tell you, they got great pumpkin pie, Steve. You ever had the pumpkin pie at Cracker Barrel? Oh, my goodness.
Food is excellent.
Oh, my goodness.
I love Cracker Barrel.
Well, listen, we're out of time. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Steve Kane has been here. My name is Brian Craig. God bless America. God bless Cracker Barrel and our favorite president, Donald Trump. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Take care. See you then. All right. I was going to take some more calls online. You want to take some calls, Steve?
Sure.
All right. We'll take some more calls. This is just on YouTube. We're no longer on the radio, but we'll take some more calls. If you want to call in, you still can. Okay. All right. Let's go. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Scotty, from the great state of Cracker Barrel. I did want to say something real quick. If you saw Hannity the other night, last night, he was so excited. He said, "Oh, Cracker Barrel did a whole 360."
A 360?
Now, how crazy is that?
He means a 180.
Yeah.
He means a 180.
Yeah. So he was.
If they did a 360, they'd still be doing their remodeling and changing the logo and all that stuff.
Exactly. He was so crazy. Oh, and the other thing was is that.
Did he really say a 360? Did he really say that?
No, he did.
Is that show live?
Watch it again.
Well, at least it shows you one of two things: either the show is live, or his staff hate him and they didn't edit that out.
Exactly. Now, the other calls, you real quick about the AI situation. Have you ever considered that some of those calls that you get are AI generated?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No. The ones
Anything's possible.
No,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
this is the thing. The late great Rush Limbaugh used to talk about the seminar callers. So we do get a lot. We get the seminar callers are callers that the Democrats send out. Like that one guy that called in that said his name was Mike Kelly. That called in the last time. That was a seminar caller. He had this prepared script of crap that they think if they just get this out, failed business, bankrupt, Epstein Island, the Democrats, if you look at everything they've done to Trump, they think if they get this story cooking, it could be any story, Stormy Daniels or whatever, that will drop him, that MAGA will turn on him. They just haven't learned.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I enjoy it, and keep up the great work.
All right, take care. All right, Steve. I'm going to call you in a little bit. Okay, so answer the phone when I call. I got some news to tell you. All right, take care. I'll talk to you later. Okay, so I'm going to continue just for a few more minutes, but I wanted to play a couple of audio sound bites that I didn't get to on the show today. I did all this show prep, and I didn't get to any of it. By the way, you guys, you may have noticed that I'm doing I hope you have noticed, I've been starting the show earlier in the day. Like, the last, this is the fifth day in a row, because I started on Thursday. I've been starting at about 5:20 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. I've been starting the show and doing 30 or 40 minutes before we go on the air, okay? And then I've been continuing after, so I've been expanding the show. I've added really another hour to a 4-hour show. So make sure you're subscribed and you got the notification bell clicked. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Name is Mike, Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, go ahead.
You were right about Trump having another reason, and that was rare earth minerals. When he did the tariff with China pulled that card out of their pocket.
What is that exactly? What's the rare earth deal?
Yeah, rare earth minerals.
I know what they are, but what's the deal that Trump made? Where are they, and what's the deal?
Well, basically, we were cut off from China from rare earth minerals, which would shut down our defense industry and electronics. I mean, a lot of things. So we have a ton of rare earth minerals in our land here in the U.S. in different areas, but we can't process it. The politicians were stupid way back.
Oh, okay. When you say we can't process them. Okay.
So 90% of the processing is done by China.
I did not know that.
And so they pulled that card and squeezed us with that. And the only way out of that was for Trump to make a concession. And of course, China, that's one of their high priorities, to have their students come here for many different reasons, as we know. And so our hands were kind of tied.
And let me tell you, tied, I don't know, it sounds like he might have made a good deal. And I'll tell you another thing. I promise you this. These Chinese students that come over here from this point forward, they're going to be monitored. And what'll probably happen is it's hard to, I know it's hard to have a conversation with Richie about things that are sophisticated like this, because, he's always looking for a way to hate on Trump. But a lot of these Chinese CCP kids that come over to college, what they'll do is flip them, some of them. They'll turn some of them into agents for us, and they'll go back to China working for us. All right? A lot of them, they'll compromise and get dirt on them and use it against them to get them to work for us. And they're also probably a good source of all kinds of intelligence gathering when they're here and when they grow up and go home after college. So there's a lot of intelligence gains that can be made with those students because they are elite. So I have no doubt in my mind that whatever Trump did, it was for the better good of the country, that he wouldn't do something like that without all kinds of good things in return. One of which could be what you talked about as well.
Yes. Well, you had a great point too, and I think that counterintelligence and all that stuff will be in play.
It's not that hard to flip some of these guys. They flip them with the American way of life and the American women, right? They flip them just like they work on our people.
That's right, the honeypots, yeah.
Yeah, you don't think we use honeypots? Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Well, great point, and go Trump.
So basically what you're saying is China had an embargo of sorts on the processing of rare earth minerals, and Trump got that embargo lifted.
Exactly, and you'll see it in the news that's what they did. They were going to cut us off, and all of a sudden, there was some talks, and all of a sudden it was lifted. And the magnets, the rare earth magnets, are like the super high priority. And right after that, Trump, realized, I think he knew before, but he acted in like kind of a Manhattan Project, and the United States took a stake in the largest rare earth mine in the U.S. They invested a ton of money in there, and all of a sudden that stock went, sky high.
A lot of people like to think, you hear this with some of the callers, that I'm a sycophant, that I'm just, I'm fanatical and all this stuff. President Trump is not really a politician. He's an American patriot like we've never had before. And I'm talking about going back to General Washington. Okay, I mean, you think it's just a coincidence? Washington, D.C. is right down the river, up the river from Mount Vernon. He was working a con back then, Washington. And I trust in Trump to always make the right decisions and the best decisions he can. And he wouldn't make any decision without some benefit to this country and its people, no matter how bad it may seem on the surface. And he doesn't have this ego issue that they think he has, where he has to go out there and brag. Like the thing you're talking about. He could go out there and say, well, I made this deal, and that's why I did it. But that would mess up the deal if people knew what he did.
You're right. Absolutely.
So no, President Trump is a unique president, one we will never have again, who will not have this privilege. Understand this. Everything that he does, no matter how small or how big it is why they shot him in Butler. They tried to stop him from doing everything he's doing right now. Everything. And
absolutely.
And I think he has earned our our support, and he knows the big picture that we don't even know the border of.
Yep. And you're one of the rare people that people look at you and they hear you and, oh, yeah, he just follows him blindly. No. You understand the depths of his intelligence, the depths of his commitment.
Yeah.
And you can put faith in, and he's not going to be bought out. He's got enough money. So he can't be influenced by that.
Correct.
So knowing all that, I mean, we can have that faith and confidence. And something I wanted to tell you personally, I cannot thank you enough. You held us up and pulled us through, coming up to that election with such confidence and positive attitude, and that just gave me confidence, and pulled me up. And
thank you.
You just had that faith and that understanding of what was really happening, and so I can't thank you enough for that. You helped a lot of people. So
well, I appreciate that. Well, take care. What's your name? Where are you calling from again?
Name is Mike, Fort Lauderdale.
Mike in Fort Lauderdale. Oh, it's nice. Hey, I grew up in Fort Lauderdale. My mother lives in Fort Lauderdale still, and it's nice to hear from someone that's got their head screwed on straight in Fort Lauderdale. It's run by a liberal gay activist. They have this story about the rainbow flags on the. They have like 5 rainbow flags on the streets of Fort Lauderdale. I mean, come on, enough. How many do they need? All right, take care. Appreciate the call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brother Brian, good morning.
Hey, IB, what's up, man?
I was hanging in there. I didn't know you would be so late. I said I'll figure out. I'll give you a shout because you said something with that guy with the Chinese people and with the deal, whatever the deal is that is made. I felt like you were like a David what's his name? Victor David Hansen. The way you explained the Chinese situation, as to why we're having them.
Yeah.
The guy talked about minerals. I think that was very incisive of you. That's why I called in, even though I was still listening. However, not just the transparency in the meetings with all the delegates or our cabinet and making everything transparent, but the thing that doesn't seem important is very important, which is that Trump is not going to allow the media to say, oh, I have a source. We have a, what do you call those people that are always giving information to the media?
Yeah, they just make that up. They have no sources. Well, they just make crap up.
Now that everything is out in the open, they cannot say there's a source because now everyone is seeing everything live. They cannot edit anything. Okay, so that cuts that away, which is very big to rile people up. That's why Jamie Raskin doesn't know what to say. The mayor in Chicago, he's just bumbling and babbling all over the place. He was offered by the two Trump haters, Morning Joe, as to would you like to have 5,000 more police to guard your city in addition to all the other things you mentioned? The guy simply wouldn't say yes. He wants to make it anything other than yes, 10 more police. And then they want to talk about martial law. That guy that called in earlier about martial law, Trump eventually will force their hand because the only thing they will have left now is violence because there's nothing left for the Democrat Party. They've destroyed themselves, and just like all these callers calling in, you say meltdown. It's like the movie The Blob. Finally, when the blob just kind of withers and goes away, that they don't know how to deal with it. Like these soy boys that call you, they have no idea to deal with the failure and the belief and the hoodwink that they've been done all their life.
These Gen Z soy boy incels I hear from. Incel means involuntarily celibate. They're scary guys. I mean, they're bizarre. The language, the anger. I mean, it's just, why are they so angry? Why are these Gen Z guys so angry?
You are in a profession, and you're not out and about like me. I'm out and about, and I see how let's take an example. And when we go back to the Summer of Love, right? They would walk by people sitting casually having dinner, grab their drink, eat their food, spit in their stuff, and these people are just minding their business, and they don't have any decorum, no etiquette. Yep. And the people that are calling you, like you say, they don't know how to use a phone. Well, you see, the thing is, even if they knew how to use the phone, they still have no decorum, no etiquette, no manners. They've never been taught. Well,
what's happened, what's really happened, a lot of things have happened, okay? But one of the things that's happened is we have this generation that doesn't have interaction with people like you and I did, growing up, and they don't know how to interact with people, and their interactions are through chat rooms and stuff. And their anger and everything is just it's like if you went on a deserted island and you found some guy who was grown up, who was a survivor of a plane crash where everyone died, and he raised himself on the island from the age of 2, and now he's 25, he wouldn't know how to interact with people. Remember, like Greystoke, the Legend of Tarzan? They brought Tarzan. Exactly. That's what it's like. Yeah, with Christopher Lambert from Highlander played Tarzan in that,
Highlander, yes.
Yeah, that's what they're like. They're like uncivilized savages, and almost like cavemen.
See, the thing is, you use the term, like we say, like people are in a bubble, like you might say the Beltway, they're in a bubble. Well, I think like the kids that grow up these days, they're in a vacuum. Like like they will be sitting at the same table at a Burger King or a McDonald's, and they're texting each other at the table because there's like 5 of them there rather than just talk. You see, I'm the kind of guy that I always like to talk rather than send a letter. I'd rather pick up the phone and talk to a person rather than
and another thing too is they don't have the jobs like we had. They don't have you get a job when you're young in school in retail. So you're working in retail, which is customer service. So you learn interactions with customers and things. They just don't have that experience. So they just are, and they have no etiquette. All right, I appreciate the call. Good to hear from you. Now, if you are a Medicare recipient, I want to tell you guys about Chapter. They joined us a few weeks back, and They're really our first national sponsor like this on the program. And a lot of this is because of the great success I was talking about earlier on my podcast. Chapter can help you with your Medicare no matter where you are in the United States. And when you call the number, which is in the description of the video, you're going to get a real live agent who will help you completely free, no strings, no catches, completely free of charge with your Medicare. They'll answer all your questions, and in a few short minutes, you'll have all the answers you need. The average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. You can do that with that phone call. It's amazing. Millions of seniors are not even getting all the benefits they're entitled to under their Medicare. There's over 24,000 Medicare plans. And because Chapter's a national company, they have access to all of them. So they'll make sure you got the right plan, you're not paying too much money, and you're getting all the benefits you're entitled to. Give them a call. Again, no matter where you are in the United States, 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. Again, the number's on the screen, but it's also in the description of the video. If you'd like to call in, feel free. I'll take a couple more calls here. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's David, and I'm calling from Massachusetts.
Okay. What's on your mind?
I'm calling about the Freedom of Information Act. Can you explain to me what that is?
No, I can't.
Well, how about that other guy? Can he explain it?
No, I mean, basically, it's at some point they have to make information public. I mean, what's your interest in it? Why are you asking?
Well, I was just wondering because I've been hearing about this Freedom of Information Act. I kind of looked it up, and they said that it's like all court papers are open for the public to see.
No. That's not true.
Is that how that goes?
No.
What does the Freedom of Information Act mean?
There's certain government documents that have to be made public. Certain government documents.
I thought all court cases and court files are public because they put it on YouTube now.
No. Divorce records are sealed. Juvie records are sealed. Lots of things are sealed. Why? Do you have some record you're afraid is going to get out there or something? Why are you worried about it?
Well, I'm not worried about anything. I have a
Oh, of course. You're calling for a friend? Okay, I appreciate that. Oh, my goodness. You don't have to be young to be, confused, right? Oh, man. A pretty good show today, though, I must say. Pretty good show. Some very good calls. I wanted to share this clip. This is the change. This is a guy that... Have you seen this? This is a guy that got arrested in D.C. Listen.
One man wanted in connection with an armed carjacking in Maryland told us that, why are you sending me back to jail? I won't even be there very long.
The judge is literally going to say we're going to put him on a 3-day hold. Then once the 3-day hold is up, and Ronnie never shows up. I done been over DC jail 6 times for the same warrant. They never show up. DC jail has to release me. They release me. It's the same thing every time. The same thing every time.
Well, he's not going to be released this time because the sheriff of D.C. is now President Trump. See, that's part of the problem. You know what it is with Democrats, with guys like this? And you hear them talking about this sometimes. Liberal Democrats think if you put a black man who's a criminal in jail, that it's like putting him on a slave plantation. And they think because of slavery that none of us have experienced who are alive today, that black criminals should not go to jail because it'll bring back some flashbacks of things that they didn't experience. And you're starting to hear some of the Democrats talk about slavery in connection to arresting these felons. And hear the sense of entitlement. He thinks he's entitled not to be arrested because he's been let go. Now, I wanted to share this, and I didn't get to this on the radio today, but I want to share. This is the guy. This is the truck driver that killed those Floridians in the U-turn crash here in Florida. And he got pulled over in New Mexico. This guy, his English is so bad. Listen to this. This was a traffic stop in New Mexico. It's the New Mexico State Police Highway Patrol, and he's been extradited to Florida now. But listen to how bad his English is.
This is the one that you'll take care of within 30 days, okay? And then just choose one of those options right there. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. And this one right here is your inspection, okay? Okay. Thank you, sir. Drive safely, all right? Thank you. Have a good one, sir.
Sorry, sir. End of my first time.
No worries. I feel bad being the first guy to write you a ticket, but... Yeah.
Now, first off, I just want to stop it there. This guy, wait till you hear how little English he speaks. He's the one that killed those Floridians. Did you just hear the state trooper apologize for giving him a ticket? Have any of you had a police officer apologize to you for writing you a ticket? I've never heard that in my life. Have you? I'm sorry to have to write you this. I have never experienced that in my life. New Mexico must be pretty lib if their cops are apologizing for writing tickets. What the heck?
This is the one that you'll take care of within 30 days, okay? And then just choose one of those options right there.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And this one right here is your inspection, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Drive safely, all right?
Thank you, sir.
Have a good one, sir.
Sorry, sir. It's my first time.
No worries. I feel bad being the first guy to write you a ticket, but, you know, I try to help you out.
They said in my no license in the ticket.
What's that?
They send the ticket in the no my credit.
Oh, my goodness. He's speaking whatever they speak in India.
I'm sorry. I guess I don't understand what
Maybe in that this my ticket in the my license.
Yeah.
Or how many years?
Don't quote me on this. I think a ticket will stay anywhere from 5 to 7 years, depending on what state you're from. Anywhere for that long, okay? Okay. All right. Have a good one.
Now, this may be when he was on his way to Florida. I don't know. This was July the 3rd is when that happened. July the 3rd was that time. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Yeah, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air once, twice. All right. Appreciate the call. These are some sound bites I just didn't get to on the radio today, and I want to get to them because I got them. I don't want them to be dated. But, you know, I was talking about that, you know, this attitude that and you're hearing this. You're hearing elected Democrats say that it is unconstitutional to arrest these criminals, right? This is Jasmine Crockett on CNN.
And so I want people to see him and understand who he is. This is a person that has a problem with people of color. Period.
She's talking about Trump.
And so I want people to see him and understand who he is. This is a person that has a problem with people of color. Period. I don't care how many black MAGA out there with their hats. I want to be clear when we look at who it is that he's kicking out of this country as people of color. When we look at who he always disrespects and says that they are low IQ, even though when you look at his cabinet, this has to be the most incompetent cabinet we have ever had in the history of this country. When we're talking about people that literally have the ability to drop bombs or order that bombs be dropped or make recommendations that bombs be dropped, and they literally don't know how to get the signal chat right. So we're talking about low IQ individuals, but so long as they say that this guy is their guy, and usually if they work for a certain news network, that's the only qualification that's necessary. I've got news for the president. I am not going anywhere. No matter how many squiggly lines they draw in the state of Texas, I will be back and I will be on his behind and making sure the real accountability that the American people are demanding, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, or independents, that it is had when the Democrats take control of this House in the midterms.
See, this is, and she's being interviewed by Caitlin Collins. She's been redistricted. She has no congressional district now, so she's in a panic. So she's playing the race card. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mark, and I'm calling about the Freedom of Information Act. Can I debate it with you now?
I'm not really interested in it too much, but you can give a couple seconds.
I'm interested in it because I'm interested in the Epstein files.
Yeah, I figured. Well, you know what you can do? You can get your own show, and you can talk about files and islands and the Freedom of Information Act. But good luck getting an audience because you're going to bore them to death. But Jasmine Crockett, I want you to think about what this is such an amazing thing. Okay, the Democrats have gotten creamed everywhere. They've been completely destroyed. Jasmine Crockett, her district has evaporated, right? They took her district away. So what is she doing? She's vowing to reopen the border, which Texas is on the border of Mexico. So she thinks she's going to run in a new district in Congress in Texas and run on reopening the closed border. See, you know, the things that President Trump is doing are things that Republicans have been talking about doing forever and a day and had no intention of doing it. Shutting down the border and doing the deportations, right? Cleaning up crime. How often have you heard people talk about crime in our big blue cities? and he's rid one of crime already, pretty much is almost gone completely. D.C., he's going to move to Chicago. He has people in these blue cities, residents, going on television asking him to come to their city. And what he's doing is he's turning the blue cities red. Now, they're Democrat-elected politicians that are advocating for crime to continue in their cities are not the residents. And when election time comes around, you're going to find that cities like Chicago are not going to go 100% Dem anymore. You know, Illinois is a very Republican state outside of Chicago, outside of Cook County. So if he makes a big dent in the voters in Cook County, in Chicago, okay, Illinois would become a solid red state. You know, a lot of these states are Republican outside of that one big city they have in them, where there's crime everywhere. And when Trump rids these blue cities of crime, like as an example, they keep talking about, oh, there's cities in red states that have crime in them. Yeah, but they're run by Democrats. When you turn a blue city just a little bit red in a state that has a lot of Republicans, but like if you didn't have New York City, New York State would go Republican, right? Same is true with Illinois, and there's other places that's true as well. And a lot of Republicans stay home because they know, well, Chicago, I'm busy. I can't. It's a waste of time for me to go vote today. So when he rids these blue cities of crime and he turns a chunk of their voters into Republican voters, we win the midterms. And so much of what he's doing is a midterm election strategy. He's doing the right things for the right reasons, but a benefit of it is a midterm election strategy where not only is it very possible for Republicans to hold on to the House and Senate, it's possible for us to pick up seats in the midterms because of what President Trump's doing. And Jasmine Crockett, one of the most vocal Democrats, is talking about going backwards, bringing crime back, reopening the closed border. They got a losing strategy. Now, if you're new to my channel, my name is Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure you're subscribed and click that notification bell. You know, I've expanded the show. We're going 4 hours a day instead of 3, and I've even gone over 4 hours today. So which time I go live in the mornings is a little loose depending on what I got to do in the morning before I go on the air. But if you are subscribed and you got that notification bell clicked, you'll get a notification when I do go live. And when I go live, like today, I went on the air 40 minutes before the radio show started. So, and I'm taking calls. And I don't have the restrictions I have on the radio so far as content and language. So, you know, it's a little, you know, it could be a little edgy as you hear with some of the callers. So make sure you subscribe. My name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. I'll see you later. Take care. Thanks for watching, everyone.